Alrighty. I think that's gonna do it for the countdown. We have to figure out what the goal for today is. And I'm not going to be too worried about comparing my current version to their current version. That's something that we're going to do later. So in order to clean up the workflow, I'm going to remove all the black that we had put in last episode. So if you guys came by and watched that, stream, then you know that we went ahead and compared some of my current data to the game in its current state, which is June 9th of Season 7. Rather, Season 9. Apologies. So we're gonna go ahead and go off of the impression that this game doesn't exist and use that as an operating system from now on, and make sure that we keep it pretty tame. We went ahead and kept the base damages pretty tame, so from here it's just whether or not there's a lot of difference between headshots and not headshots, and that's going to be pretty easy to keep on track here. There are certain things that we have to do to know what is possible for headshot time to kills. So I think instead of plotting out limb and headshot time to kills the same way we plotted out the body time to kills, I think it might be a good idea to take note of the ranges in which that we want these guns to be to the body, and then go into the actual document that calculates things and work on that. There's going to be some slight changes to the document before we get too deep into that, but for the most part, that's going to be the opening of this episode. And I guess it's not really an episode. This is more of an open workstation per se, since this is not sanctioned by Respawn or anything. I don't have to worry about NDAs or stuff like that, so it doesn't matter if I show you what's happening, because it may never happen. It's just more my workflow, how I came to these conclusions, then you can understand my opinions better. When I recommend things or don't recommend things to certain people, you can understand that this is about as informed as I can get on these opinions. It'd be very difficult for me to get more informed than my current opinions on Apex once you see the lengths that I go through to figure out what's going on. So anyway, so that's what we're gonna focus on here, and we're just gonna write down all this stuff and see what we need here. So in general, we've got the SMGs killing between 900 milliseconds and 1.3 milliseconds. Really it's really more 1.25, because again, this spot does go all the way up to the top. So I want the R99 to kill no faster than 0.9 milliseconds and no slower than 0.94 milliseconds. That's the goal for the R99. The alternator, which is going to be the new care package gun for those that are following along with all the other content, that is going to kill in 0.95 to 1 second, or rather 0.99. The Prowler and the RE45 are both going to kill between 1 second and 1.05 seconds, or rather 1.04 seconds, and there will be some room for variation on that. And then the 1.05 on the volts to 1.09, and then the P2020 is between 1.20 and 1.24. That is what we're going to start with, and then we're going to make some modifications to the document, and we're going to show you guys the best we can about getting it that way. Let's see. So we have the class rules too. We'll reference this in a minute, but we need to get the body TTKs fairly handled. We're going to have to go all the way back over here, the body chart, and there's certain things that we can do to fix this. And we're going to have to do a lot of changes to this document because now low profile is no longer a thing. So there's going to be a lot of equations that are going to be wrong, and so on and so forth, that we have to go through and fix. But the coloring and all of that, that's going to stay the same. We're going to have to make a lot of adjustments to the print version as well. I think I might have already done that. Did I already do that? No, I didn't. Not for the body, so that's going to be interesting. So I have to essentially create a brand new spreadsheet. A lot of the format's already there, which is going to make this easier, but not quite. Thankfully, I've done this once already, so I can try to learn from some mistakes, and go from there. 8 pellet stock bill, 15 damage per pellet. Okay, so it still shoots 8. The Mastiff still shoots 8, but they reduced the damage per pellet. So I had the Mastiff doing up to 120 up close, because that's that 2-shot time to kill on the Mastiff at that closer range is really not that bad. And then losing the 2 pellets after that, you know, when I was balancing for like the 7-meter mark with shotguns, it actually brought the Mastiff into a more reasonable time to kill and made it a 3-shot instead of a 2-shot. So it made it, you know, like 2 seconds instead of 1 second, which was kind of, or rather, I guess it made it 1 second instead of half a second. That's weird. Okay. It should have been the opposite, but okay. Half a second time to kill. That's surprising. That's quick. That shouldn't be a thing. Anyway, so this is gonna go away. And then we still need the ADS time. We still need the base damage. We still need the fortified damage. And then we still need the rate of fire. I think, you know, I kind of like that. Makes it easier to read when I do it like this. So I'm going to keep that the way it is. And then this is supposed to be like, you know, range and stuff like that as well, which I didn't quite do as like a thing for shotguns, because for any other gun it doesn't need to be a thing, but for shotguns there's pellet spread, so very niche thing that I'd have to rework a whole spreadsheet for, so I just kind of left it like this. But overall, I think the goal is going to be to just kind of wipe the whole slate clean, and that's annoying because this was a lot of work. But we did go ahead and change most everything anyway, so it's not the worst if we have to come up with it all over again, because we have to do that anyway. So it's just going to be easier to see and understand if I do it on a clean document versus you know, everything already. But this is definitely a little heartbreaking that all of this work is going to go away, because it just took a very long time to do. There we go. Why that? Hit backspace and not thing, but we'll go ahead and do that for now. That'll leave the format there as well, because that's not going to change. And I'm going to make this a bit more standardized for the shotguns and just kind of get that placement in now, because we know that we're going to have to do it. So the gun type is going to be a shotgun for sure, but we're going to do the we'll do the Peacekeeper first, and then we'll do we're going to do that at 3 different ranges. So we're going to have the Peacekeeper 3 times, because we're going to have up close, you know, max damage range rather, and then half damage potential, and then damage limit, you know, when it's doing, you know, significantly less, and it's just basically a paperweight just to show the curve, and then we can, you know, it'll make more sense when we're done. And here we're going to do the same thing with the we'll do the Mastiff next. Hey, something Ron, what's up, dude? What's going on? How's your day going? If you've got any questions and stuff, then feel free to ask away. You're good? I'm doing good too. We had some fun on Twitter this morning, but other than that, all good. Nothing that ruined my day for sure. In fact, it gave me a couple laughs. It was a good bit of fun. And we'll do the Mozam. We'll do the same thing with the Mozambique. And yeah, just kind of getting back to work, trying to stay in the groove, not let this sit for too long, and get this going. So anyway, that's gonna be the spacing that we need. Oh, funny enough, that's perfect. That's the spacing we need for shotguns. Now we can move on to everything else. And oh, so I was bouncing the RE45 as an SMG, which is fair, but it's also a pistol. So we'll just do this, and I won't worry about the weapon type. That'll just be like notes or something. Just change this to notes. I would love to stay, but I gotta go. So have a good rest of your night / day. Yeah, it's gonna be the rest of the day for me. And yeah, the stream should go pretty good. This is more just as a way for people to come and ask questions about what they've either watched in previous videos or stuff like that. Like, it's very open format right now. This is just work that I need to do, and I might as well do it on stream to kind of show people what's going on and how and why I'm getting to the conclusions I am. So you know, if you have time later and you feel like catching up on either the tutorial series or on the rework that I put out, it's like 14 hours of content, so, well, 12.75 hours of content, so I understand if that doesn't happen anytime soon. But if you would like to know more about how I would change Apex, then it's all right there for you to binge. And you know, we will be doing this for this foreseeable future. You know, this will probably take a month, so you know, we're just going to be doing and chilling with this and kind of showing you guys more about what I do somewhat for fun, and what I do as my brain. You know, what my brain does and how I think, and the stuff that's that goes into what makes the gun feel like the gun. You know, that's kind of what all this is. All these numbers are, you know, how it feels to shoot, what the experience is like. And so by tweaking all these numbers, I can change the experience of each particular firearm. And I can only go so far. You know, I can't quite, you know, adjust recoil patterns and stuff like that. I can only do what, you know, Excel lets me do, which is just, you know, a lot of base statistics and base numbers. So there's more that could be done to fine tune this. Should I be able to work with Respawn, or should Respawn decide to implement these changes, they can go much further than I can. But that's just because of the tools that they have. If I had the tools at my disposal and I had people to help me work with them, then I'd be more than willing and capable to guide this project to its conclusion. But the best I can do right now is kickstart it until I'm given the opportunity to do otherwise, and I'd love that. But in the meantime, we're just gonna keep working, and again, the end goal is to use this as some kind of resume as well. It would be nice if Respawn decided that they wanted to implement these changes and let me help with that, to kind of adapt this vision as, you know, different needs and challenges come up, at the very least as a consultant. But they probably won't, and so I'm gonna use this as a way to show that I can game test and help people discover where there might be potential shortcomings in their game. So yeah, anyway, that's it. And if you gotta head out, then you gotta head out, and we'll see you later. In the meantime, hammer points are not a thing anymore, and the RE45 can come up here. So this is my RE45, and this is the number that we want to look at, because this is the 180 health. This is what we're balancing to. So the yellow is what we're concerned about. This is the number that we need to worry about. And the average time to kill is now not really a thing. So I'm not really going to worry about average time to kill. I'm just going to put little reminders here that this is fortified and that this is regular, well, or norm. And that's what we're gonna change those to. So we don't really need that anymore. What is that? Why is that a thing? That shouldn't be a thing. Oh, this is the ADS time, 0.13 seconds. Wow. No kidding. Okay, so we're gonna redo a lot of this too. So I want to make sure that these equations are going the right way. So this is what? This is rate of fire. This is fortified. This is base, and this is ADS. Okay. So this is rate of fire, fortified, base. That's gonna mess me up. I don't like that. Okay. We're gonna change this to base. We're gonna change this to fortified. And I think I'm gonna alter the coloration on this as well. I'm gonna do this. and I am gonna do 1, 2, 3 like this, or maybe I'll do the base higher up to show that this is the main number, this is the rate of fire, and so that way I can put a little note here that says ROF, and then this can be the base. This can be room for equations if I need it, and then that can be fortified. We know that base over fortified. Bruh, what's up, dude? Am I making a DPS spreadsheet? Kind of, actually. I'm making a time to kill spreadsheet. So this won't necessarily calculate damage per second, because damage per second isn't exactly useful. It's a fun little tidbit to know, but it's not necessarily what matters, because like DPS is a good indication of what guns are good and what guns are bad, but it's not. Oh hell, dude, easy follow. Oh yeah, thanks, man. But funny enough, this is actually not for the current state. This is actually based off of what I would like the game to go to. So before you unfollow, let me show you how far we're gonna go. So this is how far I went in the past. And this is every gun in Season 7 when I made this. This is how quickly I would like the guns to kill, but with headshot, body shot, and limb shot. And then this is how long it would take to get a kill and reload up here, all in the same chart. So that's how far that I went before. So this is being altered. This is I'm raising the floor from here to here. So I'm slowing down the time to kill by 100 milliseconds, which is what we're going to end up doing. But you know, I also went through and reworked muzzle velocities and stuff like that. So this is my new custom muzzle velocities with charts to show what would be considered good in blue, average in orange, and then bad in gray. So you can kind of see the early fall offs for a lot of these guns, or like where they intermingle with what would be considered an easy to use gun and what would be considered a hard to use gun, and so on and so forth. Same thing with, you know, LMGs and snipers to kind of get in there. So there's that. That's the muzzle velocity stuff, and then this is from what we just started yesterday. This is a chart that I made to show based off of the kind of gun and then the specific gun, where under these categories that they need to fall for them to either act like a weapon in that category, or for that gun to stand out within the category itself. So you know, there's kind of like these general rules of thumb that we did, and then we have all the guns that we're trying to balance within these areas listed as well. So that's kind of how I'm reworking the gun. So this was step 1, to figure out, you know, what is the stuff, how do we want to do it, and what are the traits that these guns should possess based off of, you know, ADS time, mag size, damage per mag, weapon swap, range, headshot, limb, time to kill overall, and if they reload quickly or not. And then this was moving on to gun by gun and assigning them numerically 1 through 5 values, and making sure that no gun got too high or low. So you know, this average of 3 is going to tell us that overall the gun won't be broken, but that it will have situational uses. And so we want guns that, like maybe the Mastiff, that has 1s and 5s and 2s and 4s, but still averages to a 3, so that we know that that gun isn't inherently going to be overpowered if we keep following this model, but it's also going to make sure it's going to be up to how it compares to other guns as well. Oh, thanks, dude. Thanks, dude. It's a lot of work, and so that's kind of what we're doing here. Yeah, so that's kind of what we're doing. And then that was step 1, and then this was step 2. So step 2 was taking all the guns except the shotguns, because the shotguns are actually kind of tricky, and taking all of the guns in the game and then putting them out by class again, using the same standards that we just used before about where we want stuff to be balanced. So this is stuff that's going to be balanced between you know, ARs and SMGs in this color. This would be more marksman rifles in this color. This would be snipers in this color, and then this would be SMGs in this color. And so the goal is to always have a little bit of overlap between those to show that there's stuff going on. Did you create baseline for the standards of 1 through 5 as the guns currently are? Yes and no. They didn't have to stay off of as they currently are. But because of the 1,000 hours of experience in Apex, I know the feel that they're going for with certain guns and how Respawn would like them to be. And so I'm not necessarily trying to change the identity of the guns. I'm just trying to help merge them and fit them into a more complex meta so that there's not such clear defined choices, to allow more situational use of the lesser used guns while keeping the current guns still fairly strong overall. So just kind of reducing that gap, so to speak, between every individual gun and letting other guns situationally outshine others in a more, open way. That's the goal. We may not accomplish that, but that is the goal. And so, like, if you wanted to know currently how fast the R99 kills, the R99 would... funny enough, I just deleted this before you came over. I had a bunch of black dots to show where the current time to kills are versus where, like, my time to kills are. So the fastest time to kill in Apex right now is the Hemlock at 1.14, which would be on my chart right here. Or actually, I think it would be right... No, it'd be right there. Would it be right there? No, I think I put it right there. So on my graph, I would put it right here at 1.14 because it's below 1.15 and above 1.10. And the R99 currently kills up here at 1.18. So in my version, I have the Hemlock getting a nerf all the way down to 1.25, and I have the R99 getting a buff all the way down from 1.18 to 0.9. Or at least between the ranges of 0.9 and 0.95. So at worst, 0.94. That's the goal, is to get it somewhere between that, which is what we're going to start doing. We're going to start making all these colored dots true in my build. I'm reworking my old spreadsheet that had like low profile and stuff accounted for, and simplifying it back down to remove low profile, making the readability a bit better. And then we're going to go in and start making numbers to make some of these numbers true, and then take a look at it again with actual numbers and make more adjustments, and then move on to limb fall off, head damages, and stuff like that. And then that's how we're going to shape the meta. So we have the base, the very beginning stages of thought here, of just going like, how should these guns attempt to feel? How do we want these guns to differ, and then making sure that along the way when we actually start assigning values that we don't lose that goal. So that's what we want to make sure. We want to make sure that certain guns have a place in different areas, which my other rework that I did in Season 7 did accomplish. It is not available for download at the moment because it's not done, but when it is done, I think we will do that. I think I will publish a PDF of this for sure. But it's not available for download yet. But when we're done, absolutely, because most of the stuff in this document needs to change. The work was great, and I like where all the stuff was, but upon second look, I realized that I probably had too fast of time to kills, especially with shotguns, especially with the SMGs. So this is attempt number 2, pretty much a complete rehaul of what I did before. And it's going to be slower. The snipers are much slower than what I had before. The R9 is slow enough that it won't be completely OP. I'm going to take another look at muzzle velocities and stuff as well to really flesh this out. But overall, for where I would like Apex to go versus where Apex can go, those ended up being two different things. So I would love for Apex to be faster, and I think for me 800 milliseconds would be totally fine for a time to kill. But there's a lot of people in Apex that are still complaining about the Spitfire, and the Spitfire is now one of, like, it's not even top 10 guns anymore. So like the how quick I can make the time to kills versus how quick I want the time to kills are going to be two different things. I'd love for them to be faster. I'd love to have one-shot headshot snipers, but that's not realistically where Apex can go. So I have to develop it accordingly. So I'm trying to make some compromises to make some of those things possible, but I can't just make it, what I would prefer. And frankly, what I would prefer is Battlefield. And thankfully that game's about to come out. So I don't have to, sit through Apex for too long. But I do like Apex enough to keep playing it. But if they don't make really all of my changes, there's 12.75 hours of changes just off of Legends alone, Legends and Loot Pool rather, that include 5 Legends I designed myself, by the way. So if you want to check out that data, there's a Word document that actually is public on my Discord. Um, so on the Discord, there is a link to a PDF under the updates and recent versions or whatever the hell that channel's called now. And that has, everything that I change for loot pool. I get rid of 33% of the items, by the way. There's currently 68 items that spawn in Apex. I rework that down to 45. And I even add a new optic. So there's that too. But anyway, yeah, I would just like a straight 4x, like to have a 4x with a different reticle than the 2-4 that didn't take up, that I'd like that. So, and I think other players would as well. But that's kind of where we're at right now. So there's a bunch of stuff. So for me to continue playing Apex and not leave it for a better game, there's a lot of things that they have to change, and pretty much everything on that Word document. Well, see, that's the thing, is that I don't mind the slow time to kill, but it's so slow that for snipers to feel balanced, that they are miles behind. And it's so slow that third parties are not like an exception, but the rule. And it's so slow that team shooting isn't necessarily something that can happen. It's something that has to happen, that's why I want a little bit faster time to kill. And granted, it's a fair amount. I'm going from 1.2 basically all the way down to 900 milliseconds, which is a fairly significant reduction in time to kill. It's definitely nothing to shy at, but it's still long enough that you're still going to have more. It's not going to break team play. It's not going to be so fast like Warzone or Battlefield or PUBG, where you could 1v2 or 1v3. It's just going to be faster to help with third parties, so that you get less of them. It's going to have better ranged weapons so that you don't have to full commit. And if you don't have to full commit, then you can have more teams in the later circles that just have less than 3 people. So it's still going to reward defensive or better play the same way that Apex does now. But you're going to have more teams alive because you won't have to full commit. You can start engagements from further away so that you don't have to be that squad with the shotguns and R9s and getting wiped every fight that you don't win, because you have a better likelihood of people being able to escape. And so, and it also, just because of range, the more that range comes into play, the more defensive legends can have a place to shine, which is going to shift the meta from the movement and assault legends to a more middle ground, or at least bare minimum, it will give equal success in both defensive long range and offensive close range. That's the goal of this rework, because frankly, defensive long range has never had a place in Apex. So that's where I would like to see it. And if they want to keep me around as a player, then that is what I would like from Apex. So yeah, that's basically it. That's my 2 cents. And in more words and more specific words, there is the 12.75 hours of content that you can go binge. But otherwise, we're going to be fleshing out a brand new weapon meta. This is all stuff that we're going to come up with and adapt live. So if that's interesting to you, then that's what we're going to get into. Yeah. Otherwise, I can't fucking wait for Battlefield. I am worried about it though. From the reveal trailer, it looked great trailer, but EA is a sneaky little fucking snake, and they lie all the goddamn time. And the fact that they're going multiplayer only, battle pass, with fucking what Warzone's been doing with operators, and operators having different gadgets, and then those operators are sure as shit gonna be in the goddamn the thing, the battle pass. Is it F2P? What do you mean? I'm not familiar with F2P. Talk to me like I'm 60. I'm young-ish, but I don't keep up with the kids. Do we have? Do we know if the Battlefield? Oh, free to play. Oh, is it free to play? No, the Battlefield is not free to. No, we don't. Well, I mean, we don't know if it is free to play or not. But I would be shocked if EA released a free to play Battlefield game. Sorry, can't believe I didn't realize free to play was F2P. Yeah, I'd be shocked if the new Battlefield was free to play. It does look good, but the gameplay reveal is the 13th, and I'm looking forward to that to see more about what the actual gameplay is going to be. But they worry me with the operator route. Yeah, you would think, right? But it's EA, man. There's no way they're releasing a free Battlefield game. That's like one of the biggest franchises in gaming. You know, like there's no way. Uh, yeah. I don't like that they're doing the operator route. It's tready. It's very rough water that they're going into there. They might not they might lose the Battlefield vibe. I really enjoyed the unassisted regular military boots on the ground vibe that Battlefield brought, and I just worry they're going a little too Call of Duty, and I don't want that in Battlefield. That's why I play Battlefield. If I wanted that, I can go play Call of Duty. So I worry about the new Battlefield already, but otherwise the content looks great. It looks amazing. All I know is that for $40, I got Bad Company 2, I got Battlefield 1, I got Battlefield 4, and I got Battlefield 5 with all the DLC. So I'm fucking happy. Like no matter what, I've got a kick-ass campaign on Bad Company 2. I'm going to be playing that live on stream. So if you guys want to watch the Bad Company 2 campaign, we're going to be doing that. Hopefully we'll have enough Battlefield fans to maybe do some private lobbies for Bad Company 2. That'd be dope. Battlefield 1 still has an active player base, and I still like that game. I left that game pretty early on in the life cycle because they kept releasing the French guns as broken as shit. And so I had a hard time competing as a free-to-play player who didn't want to buy the DLC. And so I was going from like 40 kill rush games. I had 3 games of rush in the heavy tank, and I went back to back rush games with no deaths, 0 deaths for 3 games in a row, with 40 plus kills, 40 to 44 kills each game. And then the minute the French tank released, I could barely get 5. The French tank had so much health, it did so much damage, I couldn't compete with it. My Hellriegel that I was doing fantastic with, I suddenly couldn't beat the new French SMG. That bare bones would cripple me, and I couldn't compete in hardcore or in regular. There was nowhere in the game that I could thrive after the French DLC came out, so I left. And that's after playing the week-long beta for so long that I hit level 78. I in every single beta game I played, I was the highest ranked player I could see. I never once saw anyone in the beta a higher level than me, and I almost hit 80. I was so close. If I didn't have to share that game with my friends one day, and if they didn't make me go outside, I would have no-lifed that beta and gotten 80 by far. But I had to let my friends play who were way worse than me, and so they messed up my progress and didn't let me get it in time. But either way, and I think I was like 97 by the time the French DLC came out. I wasn't quite triple digits, but I almost got there. And I played the hell out of Battlefield 3. I played the hell out of Bad Company 2. I had Battlefield 4, but I think a buddy of mine stole it, so I never got very far. But by level 16, I had the highest tier sniper with all the attachments, like with the best 40x scope. And then right after I unlocked that 40x, he stole my game. So I didn't even get to really use the 40x scope on the best sniper in the game because I didn't have my copy anymore, and it had just come out, so it was still $60, and I didn't want to spend another 60 just to get the game back. So I just moved on. And it was super annoying. And then I didn't get Battlefield 5. I played the beta for Battlefield 5. I knew that game would be trash. I knew it would come out with a lack of content, so I just avoided it altogether. But for $10 with all the content, sure, I'll pay $10 for that. If the new Battlefield is trash, then everyone's just gonna go back to that one. So no, it's no big deal. I'll get my money's worth for sure. and hopefully they fix Apex and I can just keep playing Apex instead. But if they don't, then I've got Battlefield. And Satisfactory, by the way. If you guys haven't checked out Satisfactory, fucking dope game. Really, really cool game. Amazing little independent studio called Coffee Stain. I think they're Swede, oh god, I don't even remember what country they're in, but they're cool. But it's called Satisfactory. It's by Coffee Stain Studios. And it's like a alien planet first person factory sim, and it's super cool, super cool. It gets compared to Factorio all the time, but aesthetically it's totally different. But it's a cool game. I really love that game. And so when I'm done with the Battlefields, I'm gonna go back to that. I wasn't expecting the Battlefield to go on sale, so I was gonna go straight to Satisfactory once we were done with this. But I gotta play Bad Company 2 again, man. I can't not. I love that game. So, especially the campaign. Fuck, dude. I'm honestly kind of upset that Bad Company 1 wasn't on sale or part of that bundle, because like the Bad Company 1 campaign was still fucking good. Like I would love to play the whole thing over again, but I don't even know if I can find Bad Company 1. So, well, I'll look on Steam, but if it's not there, then oh well. But the god, the multiplayer for Bad Company 2 was just next level. I loved that shit, and the storyline was great. But anyway, this is an Apex rework, not love/hate for Battlefield. So I'm gonna put a little reminder there. This is gonna be the base. This is gonna be fortified. This will be ADS, which this is from in-game data, by the way. The ADS. I don't want to get rid of that, because that is the stated in-game aim down sight time. So we don't want to ruin that, because that's actually the same. I'm not changing that. At least I don't plan to. I might. I still might. But I have no plans to change the ADS. And then this is the shots to kill. This is the rounded up shot to kill that I have to input manually. And then this is the TTKs based off the rate of fire and the shots to kill, not rounded at all. And so on and so forth. So this is, we're going to put in example numbers like 1, 2, and 1. The ADS has to be put in as well, because it takes the ADS into account. And so we're going to be going over the shots to kill with fortified. And so this is going to be equal to 140, because that's the health pool that we're calculating for, divided by this number. And that is going to equal, this is a bad example. There we go. So if this gun did 10 damage to fortified legends, why 140 not 150? That, my friend, is in the rework. The 12.75 hours of the rework. But in other words, just to simplify, in order to help certain guns be better, specifically ranged weapons, the health pool needed to get reduced. So 140 is the new white, 160 is the new blue, 180 is the new purple and gold, and then 200 is the new red. In other words, each shield has a certain number of segments depending on the level. Each segment of that shield currently is 25 health. I changed that to 20 health. Super simple change. So it doesn't affect the UI at all. It doesn't affect anything else. It's just, you know, the actual amount of health that it gives you, which is never stated in game. So as far as how the game looks or plays, it will feel the same. But what it will allow me to do is have snipers deal headshot damages and stuff. I remember the half season they changed the health, and that was wild. Yeah, you know why that was wild? Because they didn't change the fucking guns. All they did was cut the health in an effort to reduce the time to kill. What they didn't realize is the fucking hellscape that would leave on the meta if they didn't rework the fucking weapons to be for that health pool. Okay? Like, all they did was cut the health. That's all they did. So there was like just complete mayhem in the meta. They didn't know, like there was no way to predict what would happen. Like it was just mayhem. They're just like, yeah, we want to reduce the time to kill and see what players think. And not to mention the powers on the ground. Yeah, it didn't help that we had a lot yeah. It was a mess because the close range guns do very well against low health targets. And you're going to see that in this rework too. That's going to be the same issue. Against low health, the SMGs are very strong and they kill much quicker than people realize. And that's still the case in current Apex. You put the R9 up against a lower health target, and oh boy, you're going to have a bad time. In fact, this is current to season 7. If you look at, I just saw the Volt. Okay, here's the R9. So the R9 right now at 150 health will kill in 0.9 seconds. So if you want to think about where my version of the R9 is going to be, this is this white. The last thing you want to see is the 100 health with an R9. Exactly. That's the last thing you want to see. The last thing you want to see. If you for this is 150. I just changed that to a 0 right here. That goes to a 12. That means 800 millisecond time to kills. Which is, by the way, that's what I put at my very first go through of this. Was I put 800 milliseconds as my level 3 shield time to kill. So you want to talk about people not liking my old rework because they were too fast? That's exactly what I mean. Think about my level 3 armor is the same as an R9 going through just health right now. That's how fast my time to kills got. Way too fast. Way too fast. So it's not half, by the way. I want to note that that's not half, right? It's a 400 millisecond difference. So it's not half of the time. It's just 400 milliseconds faster. I make that 300 milliseconds faster. So it's not as bad, but it is a sizable buff. Sizable buff for sure. Because you're looking at white armor right now. Like if you pick up an R9 on drop, that's how quick my R9 will kill compared to someone with level 3. So that's how fast the time to kill is going to be going up. Is that like level 3 armor would be like punished by the R9. But on top of that, everything else is getting a buff, right? So like if we wanted to look at in my version where the mirror, this one. So the flat line in game right now is way up here. This is where the flat line is. So my flat line becomes like SMG time to kill, but the SMGs also get faster. So like right now, my flat line would still kill faster than current R99, right? This is current R99. So everything is getting faster. So like the R301, the L-Star, and the flatline would all be faster than the current R99 so that the R9 can get faster, so that everything else can have a reasonable time to kill. Because all the ARs and all that takes so long to kill that third parties are a nightmare. So if you speed up the SMGs just a little bit, like 300 milliseconds is a lot of time in an FPS. So like you're gonna feel it. It's not gonna be like, oh, this is roughly the same. You're gonna feel this time to kill difference for sure. But what you're also going to feel is stronger ranged weapons. So although this is going to kill faster, what you're also going to see, which you don't want to forget, is that ranged weapons are going to make getting that close, getting 30-meter close, insanely difficult, right? Because all of these changes, like if you want to look at where the longbow is in game, the longbow right now kills in 2.8 seconds. My longbow kills in 1.8 seconds. So that's a significant improvement, way more improvement than SMGs, because the longbow needed that. It needed that much improvement. Frankly, it could use more improvement, but I can't give it more improvement without the Apex community trying to kill me. So this is the furthest I can go without them deciding to, hate me on Twitter or whatever else. That's as far as I can go. That's a reasonable time to kill for the longbow that will let getting close range with an R9 really fucking difficult without it, feeling broken as shit kind of thing. And this still has an emphasis on headshots, but fun fact about my longbow, I actually take away the 2-shot headshot. In my version, a level 2 helmet will force a 3-shot headshot. In current Apex, a level 3 helmet, not even level 2, but level 3 helmet, won't even block a 2-shot headshot unless you're fortified. So I let regular legends that don't have fortified force a 3-shot headshot by level 2 helmet. So the longbow has a smaller opportunity of extreme effectiveness. So, but it also has better range. So that's kind of how. So even though to the body it's a whole second faster, it technically is a little bit worse to the head. So it should feel totally fine. Should feel totally fine, and we're going to get into that a lot. And snipers especially. Did you change Gibby's gun shield? I did. I did change Gibby's gun shield. I should have. I better have. double check that for me. If you get through that 13 hours and you didn't see anything on Gibby's gun shield, then let me know because it needs to change. In fact, I'll double check that for you right now. But yeah, it's they're fucking better be. Let's see. Note the 4,000 words and 7 pages. This is the condensed version. It doesn't have all my stuff in it. With my stuff, with my new legends I designed, it's like 6,000 words. So this is now just this. So passive, he no longer revives in 4.5 seconds under the dome. The gun shield now has a 15-second cooldown instead of a 9-second cooldown, and the gun shield will no longer slowly recharge. It will fully reset after 15 seconds of not taking damage or when fully broken. So for those that don't know right now, the gun shield will actually slowly regain that health, kind of like Octane's passive, or I guess more accurately now Watson's passive, where that shield is regaining health over time if it stops taking damage. So instead of that health kind of slowly growing, I'm making that stop. So it's either an all or nothing. So there's no more like getting out of combat for 10 seconds and then having more health than you did before. It is you either stop taking damage for long enough for it to fully reset, or you get broken and then it fully resets when the cooldown is done. So that is kind of where I'm taking the gun shield to go, because I do think that making it just go like until broken would be going too far, because then you'd have Gibbies running around with shield that was from a different fight. But making the period of it slowly regaining shield, that's no. So if you can go 15 seconds without taking damage, then that would be the same as it just being broken. So there's no more slow recharge. It's just that it has a cooldown and it resets every cooldown once you've stopped taking damage. So instead of it having that kind of slow build up, and then redooming, redooming, I also reduced the dome tactical. Interesting. I feel like Gibbies would be one clipping everyone with the R3. I mean, people can already do that with the R3, so you don't really need Gibby to do that. But what I did with Gibby is this is a nerf. All of this to his passive is a nerf. You know, him not doing fast revive. The gun shield has an increased cooldown, and then on top of that, I'm making sure that the gun shield isn't recharging until the cooldown is complete, because right now the gun shield will recharge within the cooldown of 9 seconds. So that's what I'm stopping. So overall, this is a nerf, and it will make it harder for Gibraltar to do different things. The tactical, I'm reducing to 25 seconds. And I don't know if this is a thing, but I'm making sure that if the dome timer is counting down while the dome is active, then I want to make sure that that the timer for the cooldown doesn't start till it finishes. I'm also reducing the diameter of the dome and making it last a bit longer, so it's kind of a buff to his tactical to make up for the nerf to his passive, because the passive is what makes him so annoying. And then I'm also making the ultimate call in faster, but I'm also removing basically all of the shell shock. So that's the thing too. So I still want Gibraltar to be an effective legend, but like you're saying, is that the passive of Gibby having that extra 50 health over certain areas of his body is fairly strong. So I want to dial that back without ruining the character, because he is also a pretty hefty boy, and he's going to be a lot easier to hit at range. And at range, you have to remember, in my rework, range is getting easier, which means fortified legends are going to be a real easy target at range, because you're going to have more consistent range damage. So he's a girthy boy for sure. So I want to make sure that in my new rework with better ranged weapons, that he is adept and able to handle that. But I also want to make sure that close range, his passive isn't always saving his life. And I think hopefully that was accomplished in this, and kind of shifting some of the power from his passive more to his ultimate and tactical. And more Gibby rework may be needed, but overall that is what we did. But yeah, I'm just thinking that it would be way easier, and Gibby would have 250 HP on red. Well, right now on red, Gibby has 275. So if you think about it, and given the guns and Apex and stuff, like typically my goal is to make it easier to take on 275 or 250 in my rework. So you should see an overall reduction in his effectiveness because of the higher damage per mag. So you won't be caught reloading as often as you are currently in Apex. So that's going to be a pretty big thing. So that's going to be something to look into, and something to look out for the rework. That we're going to try to make sure that that's the case. But that's almost at the very end. That's like mag sizes. So right now we got to get into the nitty gritty and get into this. So so this is the aim down sight time, the fortified damage, the base damage, and the rate of fire, which we'll just do at 2. And then this equation is going to be this ADS time plus the shots to kill divided by the rate of fire. And that should equal just over 7. Why that's just equaling 7, I don't know, because it shouldn't. 2 decimal places. 2, please. Thank you. And numbers is great. Awesome. So yeah, that's what we should be saying here. So that's why if we have, like, say, we'll replicate the R9 right now. So it has a base damage, I want to say, of 12. Fortified, this would be equal, whoops, this would be equal to that times 8.5, which is where that comes from. So 10.2, so 10 is actually accurate. And then it has a rate of fire of 18, which means that the shot, oh, hold on. Never mind, this is the wrong, that's the wrong spot. I didn't do that right. So that would be, this would be 1, oh, actually this needs to be 200 to make it the same. Okay, so 200, and then the ADS time is how long? Just double check here that we're getting the same number. So it's 11 and 0.18. It's 11, which makes this 9, and this is 0.18, so 1.41 against 200 health. Why is that the case? That's not what should be happening. Rate of fire of 18, damage of 11. The shots to kill. Okay, so this is 1.18 here. This is equal to... Oh, -1. I forgot the -1. Of course I forgot the -1. It's the shots to kill -1 on the time to kill. That's why that's important. Okay, so we have that. So the shots to kill -1 divided by the rate of fire plus the ADS time. That's what it is. Okay, so to try to make sense of why there's a -1, and I'm going to have to remember this while I'm saying it. I put this down for a minute. The time to kill is based off of the rate of fire of the gun and what you're going to experience in game. So that also means that the very first shot that you shoot is the beginning of the time to kill, because there's no difference in time between the first shot and you pulling the trigger. That's instant. So if you have an 18 shot time to kill and you're going off of a rate of fire of 18 shots per second, then the gun would in theory shoot 18 rounds in 1 second. However, because the first shot is not part of that time, but it's the beginning of that time, then you're technically over 18 rounds only firing 17 shots in that time period of the full 18 when it comes to the actual rate of fire for calculations. So if you wanted to know how long it took you to fire 17 shots at an 18 rate of fire, you actually need to subtract 1. So it's 17 shots divided by 18, not 18 divided by 18, because that would give you a longer value than currently, because the fact it comes down to the rate of fire is based off of the amount of time in between shots. So the higher the rate of fire, the less time between shots. Oh, Hex is raiding with a party of 2. What's up, Rex? that noise got me. But yeah, so because here, maybe MS Paint is going to be an easier way to explain this. So because the rate of fire is about the amount of time in between those shots, then if you're trying to calculate how quickly you shot, gotta go have a good stream. Thanks, Hex. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for coming by. Thank you for the raid, man. It's awesome. Thank you. Really appreciate that. We're continuing the Apex rework. We're explaining some of the math right now. If you guys want to know the math behind rate of fire and stuff, this is what we're explaining, because we need to know the amount of time it takes to go from here to here based off of the amount of time in between shots. So the rate of fire is based off of how much time is in between those shots. So even though we fired 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shots, there's only 4 periods of time in between those shots that make up the 5 shots that we shot. Because like we said before, the very first shot is the beginning of that time. So there's no time gap between. This time gap would be you pulling the trigger and then the first shot happening, or this would be what's known as an open bolt delay, or an OBD. This is what the Havoc has. The Havoc has what's known as an open bolt delay. And so an open bolt delay would mean that between the time you pull the trigger and the time the first shot fires is a set amount of time. And that's determined by a bunch of stuff within the gun itself. So it's separate of the rate of fire. So the Havoc has a 400 millisecond open bolt delay, and then it has an 11.2 rate of fire. So this 11.2 indicates the amount of milliseconds in between each round, but it doesn't indicate if we were firing 5 shots, you have to subtract 1 because of the amount of time intervals in those 5 shots. So that's the math behind that. So this is why if there's an open bolt delay, then we add it here, and it's a set amount of time. The same thing with ADS, by the way. ADS is a set amount of time, so we add it here before you pull the trigger, which is ADS, and then after you pull the trigger, there's open bolt delay if there is any, and then it's the rate of fire, the shots to kill minus 1 divided by the rate of fire. That's the math behind this. Hopefully that makes sense, and that just looks like a bunch of scribbling right now, but that's why in this equation it says minus 1. So this is what I have to copy and do again. There we go. Yeah, so this is why 1.41 wasn't correct, because right here when I'm going off of this space here, which is the K5, it needs to be another set of parentheses, then K5 minus 1, and then divided by G7, but I'm still getting 1.36. Now that's interesting, because that should be enough parentheses that it doesn't matter. So let's try to add this up a different. I don't know why I'm getting 1.36. Oh, wait, but I'm getting a 22 shot to kill. Why am I getting 22? It is not 22. It's 19. It's 200, right? Is it supposed to be 200, or am I wrong? Yeah, 200 divided by I9 by the damage. 200 by the damage. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on, come here. Here. Oh, that's the fortified damage. That's why. Oh, this is for fortified. That's why it's not working. I'm dumb. It's not by I9. It's by this. It's by H5, which is 1.13, which is actually faster. If you don't mind explaining, of course. So how do you get 18 as a rate of fire? Why isn't it something way less than 1 for an R9? How do you get 18 as a rate of fire? 18 in this, it means 18 shots per second. That is that. So and why is it something way less than 1? So the R9 has a rate of fire of 18 shots per second, that's the current in-game statistic. So 18 shots per second is the same as 1,080 rounds per minute. And if we were to go to the Apex Wikipedia, then we would be able to see. I'll do that for you guys. Apex Wiki, and we go on to the weapons. You can also test this in game, and it should be the same thing. But we'll go to submachine guns here. We'll go to the R9, and it has a rate of fire of 1080 rounds per minute. So 1080 rounds per minute is the same as 18 shots per second. So that is why I get 18. That's the rate of fire for the R9. It's just easier to work in shots per second than it is to work in rounds per minute, because if I did it in RPM, I'd have to add an equation for the correction and all that, and it's just really weird. So yeah, so we have the 18 shots per second, and then we have the base damage. So we have to go off of the oh, this is going to be different because that's supposed to be 19. If this just said 19, then we get 1.18. That's the other difference. So this is why I did this too soon. This is in the wrong spot, because this all needs to happen, but it needs to happen over here. That's where that needs to happen. I have a typo. What do you mean I have a typo? No, don't accept the correction. Then just don't do it. I'll redo this in a different spot. So this, let me just get this done real quick, and then I'll come back to what you guys are doing. So we're looking at 140 damage divided by the fortified damage. Come on, divided by that. Divided by come on, what is that? I7. Why now? Oh, I didn't put equal to. That's why. Okay. And then this gets rounded up. And then this is equal to, and we'll do this as 200 to make sure that we do it right, to make sure that we're getting the right math. This is equal to 200 divided by the base damage, which is H5. That gets rounded up to 19. And then the time to kill is equal to the aim down sight time, which is 0.18, plus the shots to kill, which is that, minus 1, which is that. Oh, no. I'm not done. I know it's missing parentheses. I'm just trying to go back. Thank you. Divided by the rate of fire. And that should be it. And then we get 1.18, which is correct. That's what we got before. So now this equation we know works because we're taking the aim down sight time, plus, and then this is where we would add the open bolt delay. So this plus the open bolt delay, of which there's none, so it's just plus 0, which is then being added to the full equation of the shots to kill divided by the rate of fire. Now, technically, if you want to get super technical, the actual time to kill would be the bare minimum time to kill would be if we didn't include aim down sight time, right? So it actually would be 1 second because we have 19 shots to kill, right? With an 18, why is lower? I'm confused why the fortified shot to kill is lower than the regular shot to kill. Well, because fortified takes 85% of damage. So, and also because this is off of 140 health, right? If I put this up to 200 health, then it would be 23. So it's because so you would need more shots. Exactly. Yeah, you'd need more shots. Yeah, but they were also equating to two different health pools. The one on the left was equating to 140, and the one on the right was equating to 200, because I was trying to double check off my previous spreadsheet if I was doing the math right. So that's why we did 200. If I put them both to 140, which I'll do right now because that's what we want them at, then yeah, sorry, it can be kind of hard to see that. Sorry. So now they're both at 140. I'll zoom in a little bit too. Now they're both at 140, and so now this would mean a 13 shot to kill, this would mean a 16 shot to kill, and now we'd be looking at an 850 millisecond time to kill on 140 health, which is like what we went through before. 100 health on the R9 currently. Oh no, you're not crazy, you're fine. 100 health on the R9 with no shields was 800 milliseconds. Now, because of the new base health in the game of 140, we're now 50 milliseconds slower than if you shot an R9 on someone cracked. So again, so what you're used to feeling in Apex is still going to be the same thing. It's just going to happen sooner, basically. You know, like you shooting someone with white armor in my version of Apex is going to feel like you're shooting someone with no armor in Apex. But because armor has to be a thing, then whenever you're fighting a full health enemy, nothing's gonna feel broken. It's just gonna feel snappier, right? That's you know, thankfully I'm glad that worked out. I was worried about that, but before in my old version, that was not the case. That was actually like significantly different. But and then so this is if this but basically this is not even my version of the R9 actually. Like if we wanted to, this is how the R9 would feel currently if you just reduce the health pool, right? But what we need to figure out though is how would my R9 feel. Okay, so this is kind of where the rest of these equations have to come into play here, because I have to do this all manually for one row, then it can happen later. So I'm gonna take over real quick and just kind of plug and chug, because we have to do this, which is that plus this of the shot to kill minus 1 divided by the rate of fire. Okay, so 1.01. This needs to get formatted the same way. So there's that. It bugs me if it's if it's not formatted that way. I should probably do this the same way too, because that's well, actually no, the rate of fire, no, the rate of fire is sometimes a fraction, or a decimal rather, because of the fact that we're in shots per second. Because in RPM you have a bit more wiggle room than it with shots per second before you need decimals. Basically RPM is like never a decimal, so with shots to kill though, it can frequently be a decimal. So that's why the Havoc at 11.2 is a decimal, but as RPM it's 672. So a decimal here doesn't mean a bad thing or hard to program. It just for the sake of my equations, it's easier for me. But if they're super easy to convert into RPM, which is easier to code, because then there's no decimals or any weird thing like that. So I prefer shots per second versus RPM. But yeah, and plus shots per second is easier to figure out how fast the gun actually shoots. Like most people don't really know the conversions, and I'm one of them, between what 1,000 rounds per minute should sound like and what that like actually is, because 1,000 rounds per minute sounds like a crazy fast number, and it is, but like I have a much better grasp on how long a second is than I do for how long a minute is of sustained fire. So knowing that it fires almost 20 rounds in a second is like, wow, that's a fast gun, versus like knowing that it fires 1,000 rounds per minute. So when I see like a Spitfire that fires 7 rounds per second, I know, okay, wow, that's it's not bad, but it's more of a dut 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 kind of thing versus a Burt kind of thing. So that's what for me has been working. And so this is the shots to kill for fortified. This is now going to be 160 health divided by the fortified damage, and then this is going to be equal to 160 health divided by the base damage. That is I7, correct? Yes, good. Okay, and then the same thing here. This is going to be 180 divided by the fortified damage, and this is going to be the 180 divided by the base damage, and then this is going to be divided by fortified, and then divided by the base damage. Perfect. And then these get entered in manually, rounding up. And so yeah, this is what we should expect. The 200 health is going to be the 1.18 time to kill. This is expected because now we're replicating what the current in-game stats are on the R9, which is the goal to make sure that we're doing everything correct. And then all of these guys need to get put in. So I'm gonna copy you and paste you. Can you do that, please? This is gonna make it so much easier. Copy. Nope. There we go. Okay. Yeah. That should. Oh no, hold on. It's not K7 here. It's was that O07? Perfect. 07. And then I can do the same thing here. Oh nope, come here. Same thing here. And then it's not K7, it's S7. Yep. Okay. And then this is W. W7. Perfect. And then this guy needs to go here. There. Can you? No. Come on. Do the thing. I know you want to. Copy. Nope. Copy. Paste. Perfect. Okay. L7 is not right. This is going to be P7. Perfect. And then not L7, but T7. And then paste. And then X7. Okay. Nope. Hold on. Go back. Not XC7. Just X7. Thank you. Okay. So this is now replicating what the current R9 time to kills are. So against 140 health, against 160 health, against 180, and against 200, which obviously isn't the current Apex values, but we just want to keep note, and I'm actually going to write these down, that based, if you were to just lower the health pool, this is what the time to kill would be for the R9. So we want to understand how much of a buff this is getting. So that we know what to expect for the community as well. This is going to be really important for managing community expectations and softening the blow the best we can, and then making sure that other guns get an equal buff if they are needed. So now that we have all this equation done right, we need to start getting this right time to kill at 1.18 all the way down to 0.9, which is going to be a significant chore. Now, this also means that in order to keep the rate of fire and keep the guns feeling roughly the same, we want to do our best to not alter the rate of fire too much. Because what we could do is we could give it a 20 rate of fire and make it shoot even faster. But that may not be what we want. So we want to always start with damages, and then we want to fine tune with the rest. So I'm going to go ahead and ignore fortified real quick because we're not worried about that at the moment. I want to focus just on the base time to kill for the 200, or rather the 180 health, not 200. The 180 is what we're balancing for. So I want to put this up to like 14 and see what that does. And so, or rather, this is you kind of have to work backwards here. This is the actual like thing here. So if I reduce the shots to kill, so 14 shots to kill is actually perfect. But what would 15 be? 15 would be too long. So 14 at an 18 rate of fire is exactly what I want. So now this still says 16 up here. So I need to adjust the damages until I get 14, which would be right there. So 13 damage is the lowest I can go. I could I could maybe go up to 14. I could not go to 14. I'd have to go to 13 to make sure I have a 14 shot time to kill. Then that means that fortified would go up to 11, which means this would go to 13. This would go to 11. This would go to 15. This would go to 13. This would go to 17. That would go to 14. This would go to 19. And this would go to 16, making at most the R9 kill in 1.18 seconds, which is basically what it kills at now for base legends at 200 health. But now in my version, that'd be the same time to kill as shooting a red Gibraltar or a red Caustic. So that would be the range that you're getting. And then instead of killing in 0.85 seconds to white armor, it would kill in 0.74 seconds to white armor as my current version. And this is obviously not set in stone. We might change this. But to go from 0.74 then to 0.85 and then 0.9 and then 1.01, that's a pretty good buff. And again, the goal of this project is to increase the time to decrease the time to kill. So to get away with at worst 110 milliseconds faster, that's enough that most people may not even notice. It's gonna feel snappier for sure, but like 110 milliseconds may not be enough for people to call it overpowered. So we might be getting away with that. And it seems to be 110 seconds across the board. It's a bit more on 200, but it's the same 110 millisecond gap between blue and between white. And it's the same, is it no 1.07? It's a bit more now on that. 100 milliseconds, it's now 107 milliseconds instead of 150. And then it goes up to 170 again. So that's basically all around. That's not bad. That's realistic. The equivalent would be of what they did to the alternator. If you remember how the alternator used to be like really slow, and then they buffed the damage and it got like a lot better, and now people use it all the time. Well, that was actually the same difference in time to kill. The alternator went from like 1.38, which is that's it right now, and before it used to be in like the 1.4 or 1.5 range, and so they buffed it with that little damage increase, and it made it feel usable and snappy. So just imagine that, but with the R99. That's what my bottom goal for the time to kill would be, and I think that's probably fairly reasonable. When with a goal of increasing the time to kill, I think that's good. I'm actually really happy with where that landed, and I'm especially happy I didn't have to touch the rate of fire. I've had to touch the rate of fire on quite a few guns, so in the past. So thankfully, we're not having to touch the rate of fire. So the R99 in my version would still feel the same way. And that should basically be it. Oh, then that's right. I was going to add a little FT and NRM there and there to help me keep track of what was fortified and normal, because as I go further down the page, those headers are not quite there. And then this is obviously the base damage. This I know is the fortified damage. And then we have the rate of fire. And then we have the aim down sight time. And another way that I can slow down the time to kill is if I increase the ADS. But I also I don't want I wanted this 900 milliseconds to be with aim down sight, but what we did leave room for was all the way to 0.94. So if I increase this to 0.23, then that's a bit too far, but I could increase that to 0.2 instead of 0.18, and now I still have a time to kill within those values. That's just that little extra bit slower to help kind of bring it back up to where it is closer to right now, while still achieving my overall goal. So that is something that I could implement as well. But it would mean changing the end down sight speed of SMGs to be slower, which I think would be pretty well received to make them ADS slower. But it's not a whole lot slower. I could go down to 0.93, but it's not what I would want to do. That's a little bit too slow for me. But what would I have? 0.23. But I could go to like points. I could do 0.22. That's the slowest I wanted to go. And 0.22 is going to make it feel more like, what is 0.22? 0.18, 0.18, 0.13 is the handguns. 0.23 is the PK. So 0.22 would put it to the Peacekeeper, and then a whole 300 milliseconds would be ARs. So I could give the R9 the slower ADS, and that would help a lot. So I think I will do that. I didn't want to mess with aim down sight times too much. So if you don't ADS, the TTK would be 0.67 against Fortified on 140 health. Against Fortified on 140 health, it's 0.89. So if I subtracted the 0.18, then it would be 0.71 on 2.0 ADS time. Yes, 0.89 minus 0.2, it would go down to 0.69. It would go to 0.69. 0.69. And if I went to 0.22 ADS, then yes, it would go down to 0.87 rather. 0.89 minus 0.22, it would go down to 0.67. So yeah, on 2.2 ADS, it would go down to that. However, how often do you wait? What is that? Oh, that's a sheesh. Well, see, the thing is about the R9, how often do you get to use the R9 without aiming down sight and without missing a single shot? It's not very often, right? So we have to include ADS for a reason. Literally all the time. I don't know. Well, on top of that, like if we wanted to look at the current aim down sight time, then that would be interesting as well. Because if we look at the 140, or rather, it would have to be 150. 140 health currently in Apex took 0.85 seconds to go through, and the current ADS time is 0.18. So you're already at 0.67. That's actually funny. I didn't even plan that. So for 140 health, what if already ADSing? Well, yeah, but that's we have to assume that they're not, because for balance reasons we have to include ADS. We want to assume that these are two targets that just like are walking around the corner and don't know each other are there. That's how we know the most fair fight. Everything else is a tactic up to you. If you want to spend the entire game walking around aim down sight, you can go for it. But if you want to be realistic, we need to assume they're not aiming down sight. But if we wanted to assume 140 health in the current game without aiming down sight, then you're actually already at my time to kill for Fortified. So at least for Fortified, we have almost the exact same time to kill. So there's that. It's the regular time to kill that's now gone down. Because if we went to 0.78 minus 0.22, that's 0.56. That's pretty fast. But the no, that was the regular time to kill. The regular time to kill was 0.85. So with the regular time to kill of 0.85, that's how Fortified would go through. So if you were to R9 someone without ADSing currently, that's not Fortified, then that would be the new time to kill on a Fortified legend, and then not Fortified would be faster. But again, that's what we have to do to speed up the time to kill. And additionally, just as another like blanket here, is that 560 milliseconds not ADSing is how fast the guns in a Warzone kill with ADSing. So and that's against full health targets too. This is on bare minimum. So like this would be the equivalent in a Warzone of shooting someone with like no armor plates basically, or like maybe one armor plate. And then yeah, so it's on the low end of health, it's always going to feel faster than you think it is. But on the high end of health, it's not too much different, right? If we want to look at the high end of health in the game right now, Una, I'm excited to see the ranged weapons whenever you get there. Yeah, they would be they're stronger for sure. I mean, I give the longbow a 1 second buff in time to kill, so they're stronger for sure. They're not broken. I promise you that they're not broken. They will not in any situation. Beside perfect headshots, which now takes one more headshot than before, even compete with anything close range or anything full auto. So they are still very much for range. They still very much have slow weapon swaps. They still very much have slow aim down sight times. I actually plan to slow down the ADS time a bit more on certain snipers. So if we wanted to look at the current in-game evaluation, right? Why is this at point 1.11? That shouldn't be at point 1.11. What did you do? Oh, 0.94. I'm looking at Fortified. So if we wanted to look at how the time to kill is changing, their version of purple and my version of purple, their version of purple is 1.18. My version of purple is 0.94. So 240 milliseconds, not even 300 milliseconds. So that's it. If we wanted to take 0.24 and divide that by 1.18, it's a 20% buff. So it's not that's a good buff. 20%. That's a good buff for sure. But it's by no means gonna, make the gun feel like stupidly broken or stupidly different. We'd need to buff it a lot more than 20% for it to feel like a completely different experience or a completely different game. So realistically, I don't think that we're gonna be making a huge impact on the game, but the goal is to make an impact. We do want the time to kill to go faster. We do want that to bring the benefits of less third parties, better chances of 1v2ing. So team shooting isn't quite as effective, because team shooting is very effective. So we want to give solo players a little bit more chance, not make it like consistent. This is still by no means a consistent time to kill for 1v2ing. It's not that fast. It's not going to make it so easy to 1v2 that you don't need your team, but we are going to have some significant differences. And so, this is pulled back from where I was before. And so now we're definitely in better standing than a second ago, because that was definitely a bit too far. And then RE45 ADS is in 0.123, and then this is going to get away because this is empty, and then this gets to go empty, and then that gets to go empty, and then the aim down sight time gets to stay, so that this can get copied to the P20. Okay. Yeah, but we'll get to the ranged weapons, but it's gonna be a minute. I'm gonna start from top down here, and the range is at the bottom. So thankfully we're skipping over shotguns for now, so that'll help. But you know what? I'm just gonna do the same thing I did here and just. Okay. So moving on to that was the R9 that we just buffed. So there's the R9 buff. And then the next gun on our list was the alternator, giving that the new care package loadout. So we're gonna shift over to the alternator, and I don't have that copied anymore. What's the T? Oh, so it's still 0.18 on that. Let's get this guy here. Alternator there, and this is 0.18 on the current ADS time of the alternator. And this is where we're going to be making up new things, but we want to start with the base rate of fire of the alternator, and that is currently 10. Currently 10. So we're going to put in a 10 rate of fire, and we need a time to kill at 180 health. Big Bertha? Oh, yeah. So Big Bertha isn't in the game anymore. I removed her. Fun fact, Big Bertha was a 50 cal wingman that was a single shot reload. It was fun. It was real fun. I had a good time writing it. But it needs to. I don't have a legend for Big Bertha anymore. I did have it on Ghost. I moved it off of Ghost. And then the other option was to give it to Fuse, but I don't think that's the right direction for the character. So I changed Fuse's ultimate from the Ring of Fire to a rocket launcher, because it's kind of the obvious thing. But the rocket launcher does 40 damage to people, so it's the same as Crypto's EMP, basically, because again, 40 damage in my version is half of a shield. So it does half of a shield damage at level 3, and then to vehicles and game objects, it does 150. So it would, destroy a jump pad in a single shot. I give caustic traps a health pool. That way they're not just big bullet sponges once you shoot them. So it would one-shot caustic traps. It would one-shot the black market. It would mostly one-shot Horizon's ultimate. It would do big damage to Watson's walls. I give Lifeline her res shield back on a cooldown and also with 1,000 health. So it would do big damage to Lifeline's res shield. So I think that's the better route for Fuse and for the game. So unfortunately, there's no place for Big Bertha in Apex at the moment. But if the place ever were to come, I would enjoy it, and I think that'd be fun. But there's not really room for it in the care package. There's not really room for it in Legends. So until I design one that would need it, that could be maybe a bit more balanced, especially once I get people used to the new time to kill, then maybe I could add a 50 cal handgun. But if I make sweeping weapon changes and then throw in a 50 cal handgun as an ultimate, they're going to be pissed and they're not going to like the changes. So at least for the next 6 months of Apex, I don't see Big Bertha coming to it. If I did get to do these changes, but otherwise, it's a fun idea, and I would love to see it, but I'm okay and understand that it probably can't ever be a thing. So that's kind of where we're going with that. Next, time to kill. So out of 10 rate of fire with that ADS time and 10 shots, it take 1.08 seconds. That's not good enough. That is perfect. That is not. So that's what we need. We need it to take 9 shots. And 9 shots. Well, let's try 10 damage. Nope. How about 20 damage? Yep. So the alternator would have to do 20 damage per shot. That's intense. That's a hard-hitting gun. I don't know if I want that. So let's try 19 with a 10.5 rate of fire. That is still acceptable. Oh, it's not acceptable though because it's a 10 shot. That's not. Yeah, okay. Well, people are going to call me crazy, but the alternator doing 20 damage per shot as a care package gun, that's kind of exactly where I want it. So it's literally like I want the alternator at 0.99 or lower, and that's 0.98. I can't, I can't make it much more perfect than that unless I give it a longer ADS time. But to give it a snappier aim down sight than the R9 and then give it a slower time to kill is a fantastic way to balance those two guns, because you've got a 40 millisecond faster ADS, but you also have a 40 millisecond longer time to kill. So I think that's realistically gonna come down to preference, and it's still gonna leave the R9 a way to compete, because I think if we looked at how these guys are gonna compete with each other, with the 0.9, what do we end up with, 0.94 on the R9? 0.9. The 0.9 on the R9 minus the 0.22, that's 0.68. If we take the 0.98 minus the 0.18, that's 0.8. Whoa, hold on. Why is it so different? This is a 0.8 time to kill, and then this is... Oh, because that is 0.94. I did put it up to 0.94. 0.94 minus 0.22. Oh, 0.72. Okay. So it's still overall going to be faster, which is good. That is what I wanted. And 80 milliseconds is a longer gap on that than I expected. But okay. So yeah, that should be fine. It's granted that's a big scary change, and I think a lot of people may not like that, but that is kind of what we're going for here. We do want it to be in that spot based off of our testing. So it's at this point that, although that sounds really weird to take the alternator up to 20, I just kind of have to trust myself and just kind of feel out where this is going to go, and then go back when I'm done with all the guns and go, okay, that was definitely too much. This definitely wasn't enough. That kind of thing. So we're gonna do that. The volt at 13.9. I think that's actually what the volt is at currently. The Prowler I know is at 13.3. That I know for sure is at 13.3. So let's do that one. Next. And the Prowler needs a time to kill of 1 to 1.04. So 1 to 1.04. Okay, that seems like that's going to be the only option. Yep. Okay, 13 shots to kill. Well, but with the 0.13 ADS, that's too short. That needs to happen. It's a 0.18 aim down sight for SMGs. Unless I increase that. I could increase that. What's a 12? A 12 is 1.1. So I make it a 12 shot to kill with a longer aim down sight. That would be fine, because I could put that up to 0.22. No, I could put that up to 0.2. Yeah, 0.2 would be fine. Okay. How are you accounting for the burst, or is it full auto? This is full auto, but I also just removed the burst delay. Burst delays are dumb. It's not like a thing in actual guns. Like burst guns don't like have to take a breath every time you pull the trigger. So burst is like more like an ammo conscious mode than like the identity of the gun. So it's a gun that can go in burst, but it doesn't like that doesn't mean that the time to kill needs to be different. Like it's the same with the Hemlock, by the way. The Hemlock I'm accounting as if it's a full auto gun. It's still a burst weapon. It still doesn't go full auto, but there's no punishment for it being a burst weapon. Like it's a utilitarian use, not a demand. So instead of like, it's just frankly, I've had that beef with all burst guns in video games for like the fucking life of me. Like they always make them like these stupid, like, you know, like, oh, you can shoot 3 rounds really quick and then you can't do anything. And it's like, dude, if it was a real gun, it's like that would be a thing, you know? Like apparently, according to people that I've met in the military, the M4 is a burst gun. It's a 4-round burst gun, but in every video game, it's full auto, you know? But apparently the M4 isn't even full auto. Apparently it's 4-round burst. So just goes to show that it's possible. They just choose not to because they think that it makes the gun interesting or unique or some kind of challenge, and it just makes it frustrating. Like the gun can have its own fit in the meta without having to be reliant on some kind of bullshit burst delay. You know, you don't have to have a burst delay for the gun to be balanced. And on top of that, it makes the guns very unpredictable. Like if you miss a burst just because you're using a burst gun, you get fucked because there's nothing you can do. So if you don't hit every single shot perfectly, or at least maybe like say 2 out of 3 shots of that burst perfectly, then it takes a full another burst, which ruins your time to kill. So it makes it a very high skill gun, but it also makes it inaccessible to most people in the game. And so most people just avoid it like it's the plague because they don't want that level, you know? So by letting it be burst as an option versus a requirement, then that's where it's going to be a more friendly gun to use. So, yeah, anyway. That's what we're looking for, which we seem to get with a 0.2 ADS time and a 12 shot to kill at a 13 rate of fire. That's going to mean so much damage. Oh, look at that. That's perfect. That was a guess. 15 is perfect. So Prowler's 15 damage per shot, higher rate of fire, slower time to kill than the Alternator, which is good because the Alternator's care package, Prowler isn't. So that's the goal with this. And there we go. So now the Prowler would kill against full health the same time as an R9 would against that. So that's going to feel manageable. That's still going to feel good. It's still going to feel snappy. It's not going to feel too quick, but it will feel quick. And yeah, so a little bit longer aim down sight time. A little bit longer aim down sight time. And there we go. That should be good for the Prowler. That should be good for the R9. The Volt needs to get changed. I don't remember what the Volt time to kill is, right? The Volt rate of fire, rather. So do that. Let's go off of the wiki versus my Season 7 notes, because it might have changed. I don't think it did. 720. 12 rate of fire. It did change. It did change. That or I adjusted it, but it says 12 rate of fire. Okay. So 12 rate of fire, and my Volt needs a 1.05 to 1.09 time to kill, which means we're looking at 1.05 to 1.09. There we go. 13, nope. 12, yes. With a 0.2, 1.12, nope, that's too Exceptions could be made with the Volt at 1.1. Otherwise, it's a faster aim down sight time. Don't know if I want that. But that's so close. I'd have to make it 11 and then seriously hurt the ADS speed. Oh, you know what? I like that though. 1.06 right on the bottom line. Better hip fire time to kill to make it more competitive. That's a good point. Good point, me. How are you accounting for the Oh no, that's the same comment. Never mind. So yeah, that actually would be fine. Yeah, making it 11 instead of 12. That would make it kill faster if you would go from the hip, which would make it compete. But ADS, it would be more punished than the rest. So, but this is also about the same aim down sight time as the R9. So the Volt and R9 would have about the same ADS time. The Prowler would feel a little bit snappier, not a whole lot. The RE45 is going to feel snappier for sure. And yeah, okay, that's good. And the alternator is going to feel even faster for sure. Care package gun, snappy, standard ADS. And again, this is all improved with standard stocks as well. So it's going to make standard stocks feel a bit more required for SMGs. Versus it just feeling like you're snapping on target with some of them. So I think this is good. I think that's good. So what damage do I need the Volt to do? I'm assuming like 16? No, more. 17. 17 damage. Can I go as high as 18? No, 17 damage. I think 16's too little. 16's too little. 17 damage it is. Keep the rate of fire. That would go... Will that go to 15 or would that go to 14? It's below half. I think I'd have it go to 14. It's close range. We can let Fortified be a little bit more of a win here. 11, 15, 12. Perfect. Okay. Yeah. That should be just fine. That's a good buff to damage. Let's see. What would be next? Next would have to be... I'm going to go ahead and delete all of this. And then this could probably just get deleted too. This can insert super easy, so we'll just delete those. And then Big Bertha gets to go away, so we'll delete these too. Yeah, sorry. The Peacekeeper Slug is now what's called the 3030. So I had, before the, again, this was season 7, before the 3030 came out, I had designed the PK Slug to have the PK Slug to replace the Peacekeeper in the care package, so that the PK could come out of the care package, and then they could come back on ground loot. But then in season 7, season 8, they released the 3030, and I was like, oh shit, this is perfect. Like I literally just designed a mid-range lever action for Apex. Like, thank God there's the 3030. And then it came out and it was nothing like mine. Like, actually nothing like mine. So I was like, damn, I still got to rework it. Like, they did it. They did the thing. They were perfect. I love that idea. And then they did it wrong. Or at least what I would call wrong. So I thought that was funny. That like the minute like I think they are like reading my mind and going like, yeah, this would be a cool thing, and then they're like, LOL, no, like it's garbage. So yeah, 780. Okay, so 780 is very similar. 13. Okay, so it's a little bit faster than the Volt. So we're looking at a 13 rate of fire. We want to do our best to not change the rate of fire. We might have to, but we want to do our best not to. RA45, we also want to have the same TTK as the Prowler. So we're looking for 1.0 to 1.04. So that's not quite there. That's super close. And I think for the sake of having a snappier aim down sight that doesn't require as much change, I'm going to bend on this and call 1.05 okay. Because 10 milliseconds is almost nothing. So that should be fine. So what damage do we need to make that happen? 14. Can I go as low as 13? No. 14 damage to get 13. So there we go. There's that. There's that. 12, 10, 14, 12, 15, 17, 15. There we go. Save this since we're going along and chugging. And that's the RE45. Oh, you know what? I'm going to write down these numbers as I go too. That way I have them. So the RE ended up 5. The R99 ended up at 0.94. The alternator ended up at 0.98. The volt ended up at 1.06. And the prowler ended up at 1. Okay, so let's go chalk those back into the thing. So the volt ended up at 1.06. The RE45 at 1.05. This is going to be better here. The prowler ended up at let's make sure I get my guideline back here. 1.03. 1.05. Volt at 1.06. R9 at 0.94. And then the alternator at 0.98. Okay, so that's where they ended up. So that puts these guys at a decent... Oh, there we go. That goes there. At a decent class ahead of everything else. It's close enough to what we had before. So I think that's good. The P2020, we want around 1.2. So that's going to be good to get that. So then this is where the R9 is now compared to where I would put it. So to go from 1.18 to 0.94, like we covered before, was about 230 milliseconds. And that is about the difference of aim down sight. 230 milliseconds is about the same as aim down sighting the PK. So if you think about how long it takes to ADS with the PK, that's how much faster the R9 is going to kill in my version versus current. So not a whole lot different, but you know, I'll leave that there. Enough different, and that's good. We want it to be enough different. If I just put it like right here, then that's not much of a change. Like that's a super small buff, and like I could go here. That'd be pretty mid range. That would be probably fine. You know, no big deal. But 60 milliseconds. I'd rather take the 60 and get a faster time to kill, because the 60 milliseconds here means 60 milliseconds everywhere else. And I want everything else to be that 60 millisecond difference. So unfortunately, it does mean making the R9 faster than most people maybe would want right now. But for what it means for the rest of the guns to get a fully developed meta, I think that it's overall going to be good. 375 divided by 60. No, not minus. Divided. Yes. 6.25. Okay. Oh no, not that. Actually, I could probably close that. That's fine. Bye-bye. Don't save. Okay. Right, and then we're going back to body. So the P2020 is now 6.25. That's a nerf from the previous rate of fire. Something like 25% faster? Yeah, roughly. 20% faster. Basically like 20.1% faster. So yeah. Or maybe it was like 21% faster. Maybe it was 21.94 divided by 1.18. No. That. 20.34%, if you wanted to be precise. 20.3. Yes, 20.34. 20.34%. No, 0.34. Thank you. Yeah, 20.34% would be the correct amount here. Let me double check some stuff real quick. Not Apex stuff. Just realized what time it was, so I want to see how some stuff is doing. Oh, that's good. That's really good. Okay. That mean this did good too? Yay, that did pretty good too. Okay. Hell yeah. Okay, okay. Dude, tomorrow might be a good day. Holy shit. All right, let's go. Tomorrow could be a good day. That's awesome. That's awesome. I got some stocks doing the things, man. I love when stocks do the things. It's so nice when they do what you want them to do. Um, Tomorrow could be a good day. There's no volatility halting after hours, so this shit can go fucking down. All right. Um, I might make some fucking money tomorrow. That'd be nice. God knows no one's paying me to do this shit, so someone's got to. 1.2 to 1.24. So with a 0.65 TTK, that means the less shots to kill. So an 8 shot to kill. Wow, that's a strong P2020. That's a strong P2020, dude. An 8 shot kill. Wow. Wow. That's a strong 2020. Even if I concede and make it exactly 1.25, which is totally fine, that's a strong 2020. You guys are gonna hate me. It's literally 23 damage is the lowest I can go. Can you imagine a 23 damage P2020? 23 damage. That's insane. It does 18 right now, and everyone almost freaked out. We're like, damn, P2020 is kind of lit. 23 damage. Yeah, I can't do that. I can't do that. So what they did before was this used to be like an 8 shot per second, but then they realized that most people can't shoot 8 shots per second, so they nerfed it to make it more accessible, to make it have a better time to kill. But because of where the P2020 is likely at right now, if we wanted to run through the P2020 right now, about I could even just do that with my current health. Even with my current health values, you're gonna go, wow, that's so much different. If I was to put this down to 18 with the 6.25 shots to kill, 10 is gonna add on a huge chunk of time for 180 health, right? Or 12 realistically, right? So right now against 200 health, it does a 1.89 second time to kill, and even in my version with 18 health, that just reducing the health with 18 damage, just reducing the health pool alone would take off a huge amount of time to kill. So for the P2020 to stay where it is, in the loot pool right now, if I wasn't gonna buff the P2020, if I was just gonna adapt the P2020, then I would have to give it a damage reduction, probably back down to 12. No, 13, 14, nope, 15. Yeah, 15. I'd have to give it a damage reduction by 3 down to 15. So that would be just to keep it where it is in the loot pool. But I need it to. I will rather not Oh shoot, I was muted. How did that happen? Damn. Yeah, so I talk a lot. So if there's ever a long period of silence, then yeah, that's I was definitely muted. Um, that's about. How much did you miss? What was the last thing you heard me say? I feel like it's probably been a couple minutes. I say a lot, so it might have been a minute. Oh, I thought I got a phone call. I don't even know why it muted. Oh, you know what? I bumped it. I bumped it and I touched it because I was trying to get it to not shake, and they're touch controls. So I grabbed the microphone real quick and I didn't realize where I grabbed it, and I touched it too high up and it pushed the mute button. That's what it was. Yeah, people would hate the P2020 changes if I made it do 23 damage. So I can't do that. So we up the rate. We buffed it by nerfing it, which is by giving a single tap gun such a high rate of fire that most people can't do it. So we went from 6.25 to 7, and then we left the damage the same. So we're nerfing it in our build to make it a reasonable gun, but it's still a buff compared to where the P2020 is right now. The P2020 right now is like way up here. So I'm bringing it from up here to down here, but where I wanted it was way down here. So we're nerfing we're kind of doing a middle ground here. We're kind of meeting more. It's not really middle. This is still toward my line, but we're nerfing it back a little bit so that it's still a good gun, especially on drop. It's a 1.13 time to kill. So it's far behind everything else, but it's still not such a bad gun that you're gonna have people getting away from you. Like realistically, a one to 1.25 second time to kill, that's pretty reasonable, especially for what people are used to in Apex and like how they anticipate movement and all that. Like that's still gonna feel pretty good and snappy. So the P2020 will feel stronger for sure, but it definitely won't be meta by any means, but it will be better. It's also going to make arenas a bit more interesting as well. To have it be closer into the meta, it's going to be a potentially viable option for arena gameplay. So that's one thing as well. So I think that's is that everything? That might be everything. Yeah, that's all that stuff. So now we're on to this. Now we're on to this. Now the devotion's a hard one. There's a 400 millisecond period where it is winding up to max rate of fire, but that still deals damage. So it's kind of unpredictable a little bit. I need to figure out exactly how many shots it shoots in that 400 milliseconds. So that's, I think I have footage recorded of that. But yeah, I could also just assign a value as well. I could just say that it shoots so many shots in that 400 milliseconds. That's, less than the rate of fire, and then that curve could be created. But they already have a curve created, so why mess with their curve if I can just borrow theirs, kind of thing? Ideally, I want to make this as little work as possible for Respawn. So the less that they have to tweak and adapt, the better. But at the same time, that doesn't mean I'm going to compromise my vision just because it means to work for them, right? Like, I would rather they do the work and it gets done right than I make concessions that ruin my vision because of the workload. This is more important. A fully fledged and dynamic meta is way more important than how much work that would take. So, I still need to be reasonable, but I can't compromise too much. So, see, we need next. We're doing the Havoc, which has two values. The Havoc is going to be between 0.95 and 0.99 with no open bolt delay. And then with open bolt delay, it's way up here, tying the Spitfire at 1.35. So that's 1.35 to 1.39. That's the goal. The flat line is going to be the same as the volt and the RE, so that's going to try to go between 0.15 or sorry, rather 1.05 and 1.09. The L star and R301 are going to attempt to be between 1.15 and 1.19. Hemlock is going to attempt to be between 1.25 and 1.29. The Wingman is going to attempt to be between 1.35 and 1.3. The G7, 1.3 to 1.34. That's G7 double tap, so that's going to be a faster. That's G7D. I'll note that that's double tap, because that's going to be a faster rate of fire than the regular G7. So that's gonna that's a hop up change like you guys have seen before. So we'll be working on that. Then we have the Devotion, which is going to take a minute and take some extra work, so I'm going to skip the Devotion for today. But the Devotion pre-fire is attempting to be between 1.25 and 1.29. The Havoc full we already wrote down. The Devotion full is between 1.55 and 1.59. And then we've got the Spitfire, which of course is already overpowered. That is 1.35 to 1.39. And then we have a new light ammo LMG that is not named or determined yet. This is what I'm expecting to release, is 145 to 149. There we go. And that is all of the assault rifles and LMGs. Let's go ahead and get to work on those. We're gonna have to make up a rate of fire for the light ammo LMGs. I'm thinking it might be like a 16 is probably what I'm thinking for the work on that. And so Wingman first. I don't have the aim down sight time here anymore. It's a handgun though, so it gets like 0.13 ADS, like super fast ADS. So I'll leave it at 0.13. The rate of fire should be 2.5 shots per second, if I am remembering correctly. 156. Yep, that should be close to 2.5. 2.6. They upped it. Cheeky bastards. Or I lowered it. I might have lowered it. Then the Wingman obviously does 45 to the body, 38 to low profile. So right now, if we were to keep the Wingman the same, 444, 54, 54, 65. 1.28. Is that where we want the Wingman? No, that is too fast. That's too fast. So I can't make the shot to kill go up because of the time difference there, 1.67. I can't rework down to 1.35 without massively increasing the rate of fire. So I have solutions of increasing the rate of the ADS time, which worked wonders. That's realistic. Or I can keep the fast ADS, which is a good characteristic for it for that to have, and simply reduce the rate of fire. So 2.4 rate of fire to have it be slightly slower gets the Wingman exactly where in that range where I want it. Yeah. on the high end, so 1.38. If I could do 2.45, that would be basically perfect on the very low end. But 2.4 is enough. To have a slower body TTK is fine. This is going to be adjusted with the headshot time to kill too. We might come back and adjust these rates of fire as well when we deal with headshot damages, which is very common with this kind of work because everything gets double and triple checked. So we'll have to see. But for the most part, we have to start somewhere, so this is where we're going to start. So 1.38 on the... Good. Perfect. Next, the 30-30 is a DMR, so we're skipping the 30-30, which also means this can go somewhere else. So we will do that, and we'll put it lower down. The Havoc is a good one to do next because of the double tap, because that is going to be more of an SMG time to kill. So we're going to switch those two. We have it 2 rapid shots. Yeah, so this did have a burst delay, but I'm changing that up. Double damage. Yeah, double damage, no open bolt delay. There we go. Or no open bolt delay, but still having a burst delay. So that was how double tap was going to change it. I don't know about that. I'm going to make it simpler. The Havoc is going to have an open bolt delay of 400 milliseconds, which is what it currently has right now. The Havoc's current rate of fire should be 11.2, and so that's going to stay the same with double tap. Oh, this didn't get changed yet. Hold on. So 11.2 for the Havoc. And then this can all go away. Right. And I can delete that so I can get another copy of this for the R3 later, but 11.2. Open bolt delay 400 milliseconds. The double tap removes the open bolt delay. No burst delay. So no changes to rate of fire and no burst delay. So it just becomes basically a full auto gun that you have to tap every 2 rounds. That's just what happens to the Havoc. Super easy. I need the base time to kill of this gun to land in the 0.95 to 0.99 range, which should be something around 11, 10. Yeah. 10. Oh, hold on. This ADS time is far too low. ARs typically have a 300 millisecond ADS time, so that is standard for most ARs, which means a 10 shot to kill should be close to perfect. No, actually, that's too slow. 9 shot to kill is close enough. 1.01. That is close enough with the 300 milliseconds. So that, wow, 9 shot to kill. But yeah, so that does mean it will take 10 rounds, by the way, but that doesn't, because there's no burst delay, there's no extra math. If there was a burst delay, then that would matter. You know, or if it was you know, because this would be if it was every 2 rounds. Were stocks one of the items you removed? Yes, but not all of them. I removed level 1 standard stocks, and I removed levels 1 and 2 sniper stocks. So I didn't remove them, I just condensed them. Because they still need to be loot, you know. Like, it is a looter shooter, so you do need to be able to grab stuff on the ground. There needs to be some stuff in the loot pool, some weapon attachments, stuff like that. But, you know, even PUBG has that. But to make it a bit more streamlined, and on top of that, the reason I got rid of 2 sniper stocks instead of just 1 was to make the penalty for using a sniper higher. So instead of allowing gradual weapon swap and ADS improvements, I condensed it down to purple rarity with only the current level 2 improvements to make sure that the overall buff that the stock gave was reduced, while also making it harder to find, so that it was more about balancing the gun without that, and then letting that stock kind of help break part of the chains that hold it back, instead of it being something that's I had to balance for it happening. You know, like if I let level 2 be in the game, I'd probably have to balance the gun based off of level 2, which is something that I did already, and that's something, but I'm assuming Apex did already. So these aim down sight times get faster if you get standard stocks, which means the time to kill gets faster as you get standard stocks. Because I'm including ADS time in my time to kill, so the gun will kill faster if you can get standard stocks. But that's not something I'm super worried about. So I can always nerf the benefits, but if we wanted to look at the benefits of a level 3 standard stock and what that would mean to aim down sight time, we can. So let me go to here. Gear, probably. Yeah, they will impact the aim down sight time in TTK. They definitely will. The standard stocks. So level 3 standard stocks has a 25% faster aim down sight time. So if we look at, say, the 300 milliseconds ADS time, and take 75% of that value, or otherwise removing 25% of the value, then it'd be a 225 millisecond reduction total, which would mean that we're losing 75 milliseconds off of that time to kill. So that's not super, like, that's not a lot. So if we wanted to look at 75 milliseconds reduced, so if I took my proposed Havoc double tap and took the points, I think we got a 0.98 or something. If we took the 1.01 rather, the 1.01, come on, really, 1.01, and we subtracted 0.75, not even 0.75, 0.075. That's how much we're getting rid of, because that's 75 milliseconds. Milliseconds are triple digits. So if we subtracted 0.75, it goes down to 0.935 as the time to kill. And so that's still not as fast as the volts at 0.9. You know, like, it's competitive for sure. That's definitely getting deep into SMG territory. But what you also want to remember is that that's against an SMG that with no standard stock. So if the SMG had a standard stock, then that's another thing too. So if we took out a 25% of the 0.22, which, you know, we'll do it this way, 220 times 0.75, that's 165, minus the 220 means we're losing 55 milliseconds. So the 0.94 minus 0.055, that would go down to 0.885. So because it's a blanket reduction, the only time that you're seeing a significant advantage or disadvantage either way is if one person has it and the other person doesn't. So granted, 25% is a pretty big nerf, a pretty big buff, and we might make that less. Like, I think a 20% less ADS time is more than plenty. And so if I made level 3 20% less, and then I made level 1, you know, level 2 15% less, that I'd be fine with that too. So we'll pick and choose some of this stuff, but because of the faster time to kills, yes, we probably should have a reduced ADS buff in all of this. So I do think that is a smart thing to do, and we'll likely look into that. But that's something that we're gonna look into later, because the loot stuff is easy to manipulate, but getting the meta the way that we want it, that's going to be a lot harder, because once we have, especially because most of the guns in Apex have sweeping class-wide attributions. Like, pistols class-wide have a 1300 millisecond ADS. Assault rifles class wide have like a 300 millisecond ADS. LMGs class wide have like 450 millisecond ADS. Stuff like that. So any as long as we stay fairly consistent the way that they do, then it's going to be pretty easy to fine tune this, and we won't have like some guns gaining a significant advantage with standard stocks more than the other, which is probably why they kept the ADS time consistent. So versus other games, by the way, where they have different guns, have different aim down sight times that are very variable. Like if you look at Warzone, those ADS times are all over the place. Almost no, I don't think any two gun has the same ADS time, and they have all these different attachment combos that make all these different things. But they also have loadouts. So, and that's not what Apex is trying to be. Apex isn't trying to be, that kind of shooter. They're trying to be more accessible, more arcadey, and more like plug and play than games like that. So for the most part, I need to stay true to that, but that also doesn't mean that like because they're plug and play, the depth of their attachments isn't needed. Because they're so plug and play, you don't have to have all these different varying levels of attachments, because all they end up doing is taking up space. So you can cut that back. Like that's because they're so bare bones, they're overinflating what they have in the game in order to make it seem like there's a lot of things, and that hurts the game. And so after 2 years of that, I've had enough, and I'd rather they just cut the fluff. And so I go through and cut the fluff. I get rid of 33% of the items in Apex because most of them are fluff. Extended mags are case in point. There's 16 extended mags in the game right now. 16. Who needs that many extended mags? I turn it down to 4. You could make it 8 if you want to keep gold mags in, but I fucking hate gold mags. So no. You want to talk about randomness and bullshit luck? Gold mags. Using a shield battery reloads you. How is that fair? Come on. They are the most important attachment, but the only fucking important one is level 3. Like, extended mag on the R9, you know what level 1 does? It adds 2 rounds. You go from 20 to 22. Level 2 mag goes from 22 to 24. Level 3 mag goes from 24 to 26. How is that important? I don't like those 2 rounds per mag do almost nothing. Like it's the only minimum blue mag matters. So like it doesn't. I don't need to keep level 1s because level 1s do like a 10% gain. In fact, we can look at it. Like most like extended mags, like magazine capacity increase. They don't even say how much the increase is, because for most guns, it varies for each gun, but like it's literally like 2 to 4 rounds at most, maybe per step, right? Like the only thing that matters is this. This is the only thing that matters. That here we can look at it, right? I guess this is a thing here. Look, 2 rounds, 2 rounds. Okay, 3 rounds. There we go. Okay, 3 rounds, 3 rounds, 3 rounds. Look, like, is it so hard to just ask that we want to go from here to here? Is it so hard, like, to just have one mag that just goes from here to here? Like, why? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, if you look at the R301, key point here, 2 round increase, and then level 2 does just another 5 rounds on top of that. I can totally skip over beside the G7. That's a good increase. That's a good increase on the good job there, right? But otherwise, level 2 has all of the meaningful ammo increases. So level 1 just takes up space. You could just, if you wanted to keep the extended mags the way they are and not change any values, get the fuck rid of level 1. That could go away. Look, 6 to 8. Why do I care? 18 to 24. Okay, kind of. That's a good increase. 35 to 40. Why do I care? 20 to 25. Why do I care? 6 to 7. Why do I care? If the mags are still dense enough to have a blue mag or better without really struggling to find its good. If the mags are still dense enough to have a blue mag or better without really struggling to find one, it's good. Yeah, so that's in my build, I have the guns have a better base mag and then have meaningful extended mags. One level of extended mags, blue level mag that that makes it a meaningful impact. And on top of that, instead of it just being a raw ammo upgrade, right now extended mags reduce your reload time. So the only reason to, and on top of that, level 1s don't even do that. So there's not even a reason to take level 1 right now because it doesn't even help you with reload time. Level 2s do, but level 1s don't. So, you know, like, if you wanted to have level 1 stay in the game, then they need to have like a 15% decrease to reload speed to make them a viable option. And then maybe you'd actually keep level 1 over level 2 until you find level 3 kind of thing. Or you could just go for the raw ammo count if you need that. But there's no choice. I have played 12k games and had no idea that mags reduce load time. Yeah, I know, right? I actually wasn't totally sure about that till I went into this project because it's such a small decrease in time that it's almost unnoticeable, but it's enough to save your ass in fights. So instead of having that extra element of RNG of reducing your reload time, I want extended mags to be more common, like level 2, have a bigger impact on mag capacity, and also take longer to reload. I think that extended mags should do what extended mags do and take longer to reload. So that's where I'm adding another layer of rework. I'm adding a slight layer of depth, just the teeniest bit. You know, this is probably the most complicated that my Apex looting pool gets is extended mags, add ammo, and reload time, not just always pick up, always pick up, always pick up, always pick up. I never see an extended mag and go, I don't need that. I never see anything in Apex and go, I don't need that. The entire game, I'm just going, gimme, 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 because there's no downsides to fucking any of this. There's nothing. There is no thinking, just pretty colors and mine, mine, mine. That's it. That's the Apex looting right there, right? You're just a goldfish with getting fucking fed, and you're just sucking it up, and there's no thought. It's just color. Good color, bad color. Good color, bad color. I mean, come on. Like, we're not that dumb. Like, we can handle big mag means big reload. We can handle that. Help me out, you know? Jesus. Anyway. So we were looking at the Havoc and the 1.01 ADS. Well, maybe not. If the base mag was bigger and the reload was sufficient enough to cause issues, then with SMGs, especially SMGs, you'd be giving up, that's the SMGs make up for their vulnerability with fast reloads. So if you take a bigger mag, which is going to help you stay shooting, and will definitely help you one clip, but, well, not crazy, but enough to make you lose to an AR for sure. You know, like that's the thing is, like, if it made you, if you started to reload an SMG at the same time as an AR, but you got a bigger mag, then your accuracy is going to be everything. And on top of that, especially with a gun like an R9 that has a really crazy fast empty speed, then you're always reloading the R9. So on guns like SMGs, it makes a much bigger impact, even on a 500 millisecond change, because in one fight, you're talking about adding on 1, 2, 3 seconds of time that you can't shoot. So even though you can shoot for longer periods of time, and it will help you one clip and help you win fights without having to reload, if you have to start taking on more than one person, then that's where the extended mag is not going to do you any favors. So it's gonna demand a whole nother play style, because getting caught out in the open with a faster with a longer reload will get you killed. That's already what gets you killed. If you think about why people think the Spitfire is OP, having to reload an R9 or Volt while the Spitfire is still shooting, that's what gets you killed, right? So you take that emphasis of the Spitfire versus the R9, and you add that to all the way down to a flat line, where you make it with the extended mag. If you have to reload, you're gonna get killed by even a flatline or R3 or something lower like the Havoc. I mean, well, not necessarily the Havoc, because the Havoc and Spitfire might be able to kill the same, but that's kind of what we're looking at here, is that you're looking at an opportunity where maybe that 500 milliseconds is the time that the Havoc takes to finish their open bolt delay, right? So there's all these different scenarios where even 500 milliseconds is enough to give a gun, specifically like the Havoc, the advantage they need to kill even faster. Because 500 milliseconds on the Havoc, if you reload the second he pulls the trigger, he's already 100 milliseconds into killing you. And with my Havoc at 0.99, 100 milliseconds into killing you is now enough to beat you, because your R9 kills in 0.94. So now you have to make up 50 milliseconds somewhere that if you didn't use an extended mag, you wouldn't have to. So even though like half a second isn't a huge difference, it is absolutely enough to situationally get you killed and not necessarily be an always gimme. That's the crazy thing about adding reload time instead of making it better. It is enough, especially with very fast momentum players, to make them not take it, especially if you give them a good enough base mag off the bat. So if you were to make, say, the base mag of the R9 go up to, say, 22 rounds, and then on top of with the extra damage that my gun would do, because you're looking at 13 damage instead of 11. So if it went to 13 damage and 22 rounds, then you're looking at 286 damage per base mag. And right now, if you look at the base mag of an R9, it's 11 times 20, which is 220. So that's 220 versus 13 times 22. So you're looking at 66 extra damage, which is often enough to finish off that individual person like you were trying to do in the first place. And then if you give a longer reload at 13 damage and give them like a 25 round, or not even, maybe even more than 25 round, you give them a 30 round mag, now they're getting close to take on 2 people. That's a lot more wiggle room, you know, or maybe you even go all the way up to 13 times, say 25. No, that's too far. 13 times 24, that's too far. Yeah, so 13 times 22 is perfect. So 13 times 22, so base mag of 22. I disagree in your version. If you don't one clip, you die. It's always going to be a gimme. Okay. So, but the thing is that you can one clip. That's the part where we're talking about, is that specifically with the R9, and this is a very specific circumstance. The R9 is a gun that can never take on 2 people, right? So because it can never take on 2, you always have to reload. There's no version of an R9 that one clips 2 people. It just doesn't exist. If you look at 11 times 27, that's 297 damage, right? So no matter what, you have to reload against more than one person. So it's up to, if the extended mag was, you know, again, so if we went to even 13 damage times 28, it'd be 364. That's still not enough to one clip 2 people, right? So no matter what, you have to reload. So do you want a longer reload with a better chance of winning a 1v1, or do you want a shorter reload with a better chance of winning a 1v2, 1v3? Because that extra 500 milliseconds, like we talked about, you're gonna have to reload. So if we look at the 200 damage per mag that you can put out versus the, say, 400 damage-ish, really it's more like 350. So if we look at the 200 damage times 3 people, that's 600. So that's 3 reloads that you have to do. So those 3 reloads versus the 350 times, well, rather it would be, yeah, it'd be 350 times 2 would give you 700 damage. So you could be, so basically what you're saying is that you could reload 2 times, because you'd start with 1 mag and then reload and then empty that mag and reload again, or you can reload once. So would you rather have 2 faster reloads, or would you rather have 1 slow reload? And that does come down to preference, because depending on the situation, it might be better to have those reloads. Of the two fast reloads, depending on if you're in the open or not. So like if you're, maybe there's the other situation. If you're in the open, have to take on 2 people. Maybe you want the bigger mag, so that you can weapon swap instead, because switching weapons is always faster than reloading. But again, I get rid of gold mags. So if you have to weapon swap and that other gun can't take out, 1.5 people, then you do have to reload one of your guns. So there is going to be some scenario here. And again, for most people, it might just be a gimme, right? But it's going to depend on how we do this. It's going to depend on the numbers, and there is going to be preference. Some people, like you said, are always going to pick it up. They're always going to go for the bigger mag, no matter what, reload time or not, because they want to make sure that they one clip. Because one clipping on a 1v1 is definitely way faster than just than doing damage, having to reload, then doing damage again. But if you have to start taking on multiple people, and if you get good enough with the gun and can get those one clips, then you're looking at a potentially faster time to kill, or at least ideally if we made the extended mag reload long enough, that's when you're looking into the potential. And that's going to be a lot of fine-tuning math that I'm not going to do right now, so I'm just kind of guessing around what I'm thinking of. So we that is something that would be taken into account. We would want to make sure that the extended mag isn't just a gimme by giving situations that the non-extended mag would be better. And so we want to factor in the damage per mag, the number of reloads, stuff like that. So that's the average reloads per fight, stuff like that. That's where we want to try to factor that in to know how much time we're adding to an engagement because of reloading, and also how much time we'd be saving because they aren't reloading. That's going to be, it's kind of that give and take, like we talked about. So it can still be an overall buff, by the way. It doesn't have to be a nerf to pick up an extended mag. We do want it to be a good thing. But at the same time, there's going to be people who reload so frequently that it won't matter if they have extended or not, because they like to reload every 5 shots. So they're not going to pick it up because it's no longer reload. Yeah, that's the part that we have to, and that's where math comes in. That's the fun part about math, is that you get to, kind of dig in there and really kind of figure all that stuff out. And there's equations we can write and stuff like that. So, anyway, what were we on? That was a tangent. Havoc 1.01 with double tap with ADS. That was fine. We went into standard stocks. That ended up being okay too. We can't go 10 shot to kill without increasing the rate of fire. Yeah, oh yeah, the Havoc. Totally forgot about that, right? So this is still going to be a 9-second time to kill. But this again has the 400 millisecond open bolt delay. So this is where in the coding, not the coding, but the equation here, when we add the ADS time, this is where we also add 0.4 and then add again that. And now it should take into account the aim down sight time, rather the open bolt delay, which makes it 1.41, which is just behind what we wanted as well. 1.39 was the top end of the Havoc. So that is fine too. And we can always adjust the rate of fire just a tad. It'd be pretty easy to adjust this minorly without it affecting too much. So there's the open bolt delay there. And that would get this a teeny bit faster, which is what we wanted. So we can make that 11.3. Nope. Okay. How about 12? 12 is closer. But that's going to be a noticeable increase to the Havoc rate of fire. So if we went to 11.5, that's not quite as noticeable. How would 11.3 work out here? It's still about the same negligible difference. We'll just keep it then. 11.2 is fine. And then this is going to be equal to that to keep everything the same. The fuck? No, please. Thank you. Nope, come on. Just do that. Oh, nope. God damn it. Do that. Thank you. Thank you. And then the damage for that to be possible is 20. Wow, that's a big buff to the Havoc damage. Havoc damage right now is not that high, is it? What is the Havoc damage? Yeah, I'm getting tired. Havoc. I think it's 18. Yeah, 18. Okay. Well, that's not that bad then. For it to go to 18 to 20, that's realistic. That's not that bad. Body DPS of 2.02, 672 rounds per minute. 11.2, like we said. So that's fine. Wind up time 420 milliseconds. Oh, it started smoking pot. It didn't used to be 420 milliseconds. Okay. And a firing delay of 500 milliseconds. Oh. Is there both? When did it get a wind up time as well? Before it reaches max rate of fire? Then my advice on the Havoc is misplaced. With turbo. I never recommended it without turbo. But the Havoc I never gave a wind up time. But for some reason it takes 420 milliseconds for it to hit max rate of fire too. It's such a small curve that I didn't even notice from it winding. It probably winds up from like 9 to 11.2 over that 0.42 seconds. So it's so hard to notice a wind up time, because it's not like the Devotion where it winds up from like 2 or 3 all the way up to 15. It's not that noticeable. So that's weird. That ruins the time to kill, guys. Not by that much time, by the way. The wind-up time over something from like 9 to 11.2, that I would say maybe is adding like 100 milliseconds to the overall time to kill. Maybe. Which isn't huge, but it's enough that you want to know about it when you're, dealing with all this. And so that 100 milliseconds, if it's still there with the turbocharger, that's enough to make it go from top, 5 guns to top 7 guns kind of thing. So there's that. I think it was even top 4, actually, like top 4 down to like top 7, even tie for like top 8 kind of thing. So it's enough to seriously hurt its place in the pool at for 100 milliseconds. It's enough to ruin the ranking. So we get rid of that for sure. Removes the open bolt delay, no burst delay, and then obviously no more wind up. So it's just nothing and then full power, that kind of thing. Which is also, by the way, very common in actual guns. Like to have an open bolt delay, then just be like full power, rather. That's a thing. So it's not like this is unrealistic. It's just different. Realistically, wind-ups are what's unrealistic. Guns winding up like that, that's not a thing. But yeah. So yeah, but a 9-shot to kill, that's gonna feel pretty snappy, especially given the mag size, which we're gonna have to readjust to. We're not gonna keep the same mag sizes by any means. That's gonna be a whole nother level of scrutiny. But there we go. There's that. The R301. What is the R301's rate of fire? It should be, what is it, like a 14? 13.5. 13.5. And that is going to be reduced and changed with anvils to get the correct time to kill. So the 57% rate of fire reduction may not be accurate. In the past, that's what worked, about 50% reduction of rate of fire. But that may not be what works now. The R3 needs a time to kill between 1.15 and 1.19. Pretty good buff to the R3. So what's that going to mean? 1.15 and 1.19. So Right there. 13 shots to kill. Perfect. 13 shots to kill. I used to have a cheat sheet. Is that for 200 health or is that for 180 health? Oh, that's for frames. That's for frames. What helps a lot is having... Oh, I do have cheat sheets. There they are. For 180. Perfect. I found them. So that way I know if I need a 13 shot to kill, that I have a 14 damage. Just like that. Little cheat sheet. For the math already there, it makes this go way faster. It's something that I used the first time through. So having a little 180 cheat sheet is enough, and since I have the equations doing the rest, I only need to find one of them, and then it finds the rest on its own. So as long as I just balance off a 180, which is endgame, then I can have my little cheat sheet right there, so that if I want a 5-shot kill, I need to be somewhere between 36 and 44, that kind of thing. So there's like the lower shot to kill you get, the more wiggle room there is based on the amount of health. So it's very specific at smaller stuff. So you know, if I wanted to do a 9-shot kill, I need 20, which we already covered. 18-shot kill, 10. That's a pretty easy one. You can do that in your head. 12 with both 15 and 16. So if I had 2 guns that were 12-shot kills, I could have one be 15 and one have one be 16, and that would have different consequences based on the other fortifieds or lower health and stuff like that. That gives them some room for variance, instead of it just being the easy version of putting them both at the same thing. So that is the goal. So yeah, so that works out just fine. Super easy. Then anvils will be saved for a later. And do I have a empty one of this yet? No, I don't. Of course I don't. I'm not being smart and putting them all empty and then filling them in later. So there we go. Give me some room. The flat line, I don't know why that was highlighted. I think I needed to come back to it. I think that was when I made a change. I needed to come back to it to affect it. The flat line should have a rate of fire of 10. I'm going to double check that. Should be 10. Yep, 10. Rate of fire 10. Right, so then what do we need the flat line to be? Flat line, oh, I didn't write these down as I was going. Whoops. R301 is 1.19 rather. The Havoc was 1.0, right? Havoc 1.01 and then 1.41. P2020 we did, and we wrote that down. That was 1.4. Then we're on the flat line. We did the wing. Flat line's next. Okay, cool. So flat line with no anvils at a 10 rate of fire needs to be at 1.01, 1.05 to 1.09. So that's going to be a 9-shot kill. 1.01 to 1.09. Yeah, 9-shot kill. Same as the Havoc. So this is the other benefit too. So the Havoc and the Flatline are going to be the same shot to kill, but one of them has an open bolt delay, one of them doesn't. So that's, well, they're going to be the same shots to kill, but different time to kills. So what this is going to be 1.01 to 1.41 versus a consistent 1.1, which is where the Havoc gains an advantage if you can get double tap, or if you can and keep up, get double tap and keep up. Again, you know, that's about the same as the P2020. You're gonna have to pull the trigger about 6 times per second. So if you can maintain 6 pulls per second, then the Havoc with double tap is going to be amazing. If you can't keep that up, you're going to lose your advantage. It's a very slim margin. You're talking 90 milliseconds. You have 90 milliseconds to beat a flat line. And then the flat line's the same or better. So if you can't be almost perfect with that double tap, you're not going to beat the flat line, which leaves a room for it in the meta. But it's far enough away from the R301, which is going to give you 180 milliseconds. That's a lot more forgiving on beating an R301, but not as forgiving as beating the flat line. So this is where the choice of the meta is going to come in, is that do you find a double tap and pick up a Havoc, or do you pick up a Havoc and run with it and then pre-shoot, which is going to give you that perfect time to kill, or do you risk it basically until you can find double tap, or do you just pick up a flatline? Because the flatline may not kill as quickly, but it's almost as quickly and way more consistent and doesn't need an attachment. So that's the place for the flatline. So that way you can have those two guns that kill almost the same, but with conditions. Situationally, the Havoc can be better, but what it requires is a six pulls per trigger. All right, you got to go. I had a lot of fun hanging out, seeing your work, even if I don't agree with it all. Okay. Have a good night. Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it. You have a good night too. If you would like to post what you don't agree with, if you want to take the time to write it out and figure out like why don't I like this and submit that as feedback, that is totally okay. I would love to know more exactly of what and why you don't like, and hopefully it's something that we're going to address later. So it might just be, we'll get to this, be patient, and we'll save it for later. Or it might be something that I can nip in the butt now, or it might be something that we adapt now. You know, maybe we take that advice. So that's all free and welcome in the Discord. Just, you know, keep it unlike Twitter. For those of you that found me or follow me on Twitter, we keep it more civil when we're not on Twitter. Okay, we allow and do certain things on Twitter that we typically don't do or share within the community while we're here. So for those that are toxic, they deserve toxic. But I would rather cultivate a more educational and forgiving and friendly environment here. So for those that like that environment and want that environment, please do your part to grow and shape that. Otherwise, you know, we'll be toxic as fuck to people on Twitter because some people deserve it, others don't. But you know, that's just kind of how it goes. You know, you got to get follow somehow, and as unfortunate as it is, rage baiting is actually like really effective for getting my videos views. So, you know, not to be like I should do it, but like so far there's been a benefit. So, anyway, you know, we don't want to get too deep in that. I don't want that to be like a constant thing, but you know, we'll move on from that eventually. But yeah. So anyway, that's what we're doing at the moment. And the flatline's looking pretty good. We could leave a little bit more wiggle room on the flatline, but honestly, I like that and where that ended up with the SMGs. It's a very small window with the SMGs. The flatline has a pretty low-ish mid rate of fire, so missing a shot is not going to be quite as, you know, this is, again, if we miss a single shot with the flatline, you know, it's 100 milliseconds every shot we miss, so that is something that we need to keep in mind, that, like, those misses are going to cost us. Excuse me. And that's gonna these misses at a lower rate of fire cost more than the Volt and R9 and even I think the alternator. Anything with a faster rate of fire, oh no, the alternator is the same. So the Volt and the Prowler and the R9 and the RE are all gonna have better time to kills already, and they're more forgiving in time to kill if you miss. So that I think that still leaves a good place of balance for the flatline, where it can be great. It can, you know, tie, or if you hit the head and then maybe even beat or at least tie those other guns. But at the same time, it's not necessarily given an inherent advantage. It's up to you to take advantage of those things. And again, managing your reloads. It's going to come down to managing your reloads, which is already a huge part of Apex. So at 9 shots to kill, we have it to have 20 damage. That's what we got. We could do 21 if we wanted to, but we would just want to make sure that this is as weak as possible because of the potential for everything getting higher. So this is going to be the same damage as the Havoc, but lower rate of fire. That's fine. Same damage as the alternator. You know, we could have, no, we can't have the alternator anymore. We could have the Havoc and the flatline do more. What would 22 damage end up going to? That would still be okay. So it could be 20 to 22 damage. So I could have the Havoc do 22 damage, and that would still be the same 9, 7, 10, 8, 11, 9, with the potential for an 8-shot TTK, and an 8-shot TTK would be huge. Okay. That's still 10. That's still 12. Yeah. Okay. Sold. We'll do that. We'll do that, and then the flatline needs to be a little different. We could have the flatline do 21 just for shits and giggles. And then that's going to go up to 19. That is going to go up to 18. And then this is going to reduce the fortified TTK for sure. That's now an 8. That's fast. But it is supposed to be an SMG level speed. So that would go down to 9. That would go down to 10. That would go down to 11. No, it's not. Yeah, it's not that bad. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, whoops. I did that on the wrong. Did that on the wrong Havoc. Okay. 8, 9, 10, 11. And two. Yeah, so that's fine. That still keeps the same time to kills, but offers a little bit of difference. This is going to do the same thing. Going to offer a little bit of variance as well. Okay. Perfect, and that gives it a 1. TTK. And then anvils will happen later. The Hemlock, I believe, has a 10.7 rate of fire. If I remember correctly. Can we do the thing, or is my internet going to decide to be a dick? It doesn't want to do that. I'm pretty sure it's 10.7. We can get close enough. Or we could slow down the rate of fire. No, we should speed up the rate of fire. Put it to 12. We'll speed up the rate of fire. Yeah, to 11. That would work. Put it to 11. Get it down to 1.3, which is the very tip of where I wanted, so that's fine. Shot TTK can be 15, 16. So we'll make this 15. And then Hemlock doesn't get anvils anymore. That's been changed. Sorry, guys. But changed. And what's that, a 13? Yeah, it could be 15 or it could be 16. I think I'm gonna do 15. That way it doesn't feel as strong as the other ARs, because the Hemlock's still gonna have a place, still gonna have a good TTK, faster rate of fire than the flatline, but way less damage. 1.3 and 1.1. That is a pretty significant jump there. Maybe I do put it to 16. Yeah, that would make it 10 instead of 11. That's huge. 12, 10, 13, 12. Yeah, I think that's okay. That's fine. Yeah, we'll do that. Because otherwise, if I put this to 15, that goes to 13, and then 13 to 14 is an extra shot to kill. So it is enough to make it longer. which is not what we want. So we will do 16. That's gonna be the best bet for the Hemlock. Make it much closer to the other ARs in time to kill against fortified legends as well. So we're just gonna assume 11. So in burst, it's 380 rounds per minute, which is 6.3. Wow, that's significant. That's slower. In single tap, it's 384. So what I'm pretty certain is that the Hemlock, it does a 10.7 burst, and then there's the delay that brings it down to 380. So that is what I'm fairly certain. So basically, what I have at 11 is that I'd be almost doubling the rate of fire of the Hemlock and making it full auto. This would also mean reducing the recoil, because that would be completely unusable at that rate of fire with the same recoil. So that's gonna have to get reworked a little bit and get balanced, because the recoil between this for the second and third shot are way too high. So rather, first shot recoil and second shot recoil are pretty high. So it makes that third shot go somewhere completely different. You can shoot someone in the chest, and then the third shot's hitting the mountain. So that kind of thing. And it does 20 to the body right now. So I'm giving a significant increase to the rate of fire, and I'm reducing the body damage by 4. So for those of you that are curious about that, it is going to be less damage, significantly less damage, but a much better rate of fire. And that could also be reworked as well. I could keep it higher, but as you already can kind of see in the ARs here, we've got 21 damage on the flatline, 14 damage on the R3, and 22 on the Havoc. 16 is a good middle ground for that. I could put it up a little bit more, and I could maybe put that at like 18. And then that would make it like a 10-shot kill, but then I'm gonna slow down the rate of fire, and the rate of fires are already pretty high. This could be yeah. But the that's what the Spitfire is going to be. The Spitfire is going to be closer to that. Like, well, no, because I'm nerfing the Spitfire down to 6. So I could put the Hemlock at 8, at an 8 rate of fire. And that would feel different than the flatline. That would feel different than the R3. It wouldn't just feel like a full auto version. Like that would feel unique for sure. And it would still keep a skill ceiling. It could still have a good headshot multiplier that the other guns wouldn't quite have. So that okay, you know what? I've convinced myself to give this a go. Let's try this. Let's try this. If we're looking for 8 shots, 9 shot, it would still be a 9-shot time to kill. Well, that makes every AR a 9-shot to the body. The flatline's a 9-shot to the body. R301 is 13. The Havoc is 9. That's a really common number. I don't like that. I don't like that they're all 9 shots to the body with different rates of fire. That's weird. It doesn't feel right. Do I speed up? Well, 9 is a 3-round burst gun. That's like perfect. You have to be absolutely perfect. All 9 rounds to the chest. That's going to be not forgiving. That won't be super forgiving. Maybe I'll keep this the same. Maybe I go back and adjust the flatline and the Havoc to be different, because I like that the 3 burst gun is 9 rounds, so it would take a full another burst, which means spending more ammo than you might with the full auto. So that's fine. But 9 shots means 20 damage. But it also could mean up to 22. It could do up to 22 damage. So I think we'll do 22 damage and 19, and then we'll rework, because that's an increase to the rate of fire and an increase to the damage. Wow. Okay. increase the rate of fire and increase the damage. Well, it's an increased rate of fire by 2. It would fire an extra 2 shots per second. So that's still going to feel super similar. Yeah. I think that'll still feel super similar. To go from a 6 to an 8 with no burst delay. So it'll be slower bursts, but consistent. So it'll be like dun 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 versus dun dun dun. So it'll be easier to control recoil because there's more time in between the shots to pull back down that recoil. So yeah. That's also what would make the Hemlock feel close to the same would be if it had that 10.711 rate of fire and then just remove the burst delay, because then the Hemlock would fire the same 3 rounds at the same speed. So this is slowing down the speed of the burst, but letting it go full auto versus just taking away the burst delay and leaving the Hemlock feeling and sounding exactly the same. Which is what we did before. We took away the burst delay, which speeds up the rate of fire to about 11, which is what it already is, and then the burst delay brings it in. So this is, no matter what you do with the Hemlock, it's gonna be work. But I think this might be ideal. That way, if you're not controlling the recoil, it's hard. But if you are controlling the recoil, it's not that bad because there's more time between each shot. So that might be the way to go. That might be the way to go here. So let's look at this. If I was to do it this way, 9 8s. That's reasonable. Yeah. Okay. If I was to do it that way, that would work. But if I do it this way, then the others have to change. I don't like that they're all fucking 9 shots to kill. So that means messing with the Havoc's either time to kill, the flatline's time to kill, which isn't an option. I need that to be where it is. So the flatline can go down to 20 damage. That'll be 17, which will make that 9, 7, which makes it some variance between, because against Fortified it won't be as good. Actually, it's still better against Fortified. It's just a smaller window of opportunity, which is, I guess, the point. So that's fine. Then the Havoc would have to change. The Havoc can't stay where it is. That would have to change. So that would need to go to an 8-shot kill with a slower rate of fire. But then that's almost the same as the flatline, and it doesn't feel right. And a 10-shot kill would give it the exact same time to kill as a flatline, which removes the points of the double tap. Okay. That's a small change that fixes the exact same number issue, but it doesn't really fix it, but it does enough. I don't like that it does enough, but it does enough. The 10-shot kill. Okay. And it would just make it not a 9-shot kill. And it's a 2-round burst gun, so that makes sense too. You know, you're ending exactly on that. And so 10 shots means 18 damage, which is nice. Means 15 to Fortified, which means this is going to be harder to control. Not necessarily that, but I don't even know what I'm thinking right now. I'm getting tired. All I know is those numbers are fine. So slight buff to the Havoc's rate of fire. Almost not even noticeable to make it take an extra shot. Kind of thing. That's going to be fine. That's going to be good. So that's been reworked to 1.08 instead of instead of 1.41. Was where? Yes. Okay, cool. So that works. Then we've got the flatline, the anvils, the hemlock, and then we need to do the G7, the G7 double tap. The double tap is the get into the. That's the one that I'm. Because it's work. Then the L star, and the Spitfire. So the Spitfire currently has a rate of fire of like 7, and the L star is I think like 10. Honestly, a lot of these guys have like 10 rate of fires. It's kind of dumb. Feels lazy. But L star, yep, it's a 10. L star is 10. 600 RPM is 10 per second, and the Spitfire should be around 7. 540. Oh, it's 9. It's a 9. It's a 9 rate of fire. That's pretty good. That's better than I thought. So that's to curb people saying that the Spitfire is quote unquote OP. I actually had plans to reduce the rate of fire down to like a 6. And so this is going to make it significantly slower. It's going to make it feel more like an M60, that kind of thud, 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 versus, you know, on par with the flatline. And so what this will do is it will allow a higher skill ceiling with the Spitfire, which means that missing your shot is going to drastically affect your time to kill. Like, very, very much so. Like, we can just do it right here. If we have a 2 and a 1, then you're looking at 170 milliseconds just for missing one shot. And that's the difference between a lot of different things in the game. So that's not like a thing to let go of. Like 170 milliseconds is less than the difference between the R301 and the Havoc. You know, 170 milliseconds is enough time for that wingman to win. Yeah. Oh. 1.19 plus 0.17. 1/3. Yeah, almost enough time for that wingman to win. That's 1.38. So that's the difference between the wingman and the R301. And that's what you could be adding every single time you miss. So you're the lower the rate of fire, much like the wingman at 2.04, every time you miss, it adds on a lot of time, and that's not your friend. So in order to let the Spitfire be what it needs to be, by reducing the rate of fire, it's going to curb a lot of people going, but it has no recoil, and but it has a 50 round mag, like all that crap, you know, like that will help significantly with the people bitching, because it also means that they have even less to complain about because that person was just better. And so we want a 1.3, what are we looking for? 1.35 to 1.39. So, oof, that's rough. Oh, actually 7 is fine because the Spitfire has more and the Devotion has more and the G7 has more than that ADS time. So 7 shot kill is perfect because that's not the ADS time of it. And the 7 shot kill means 26 to 29. So we're going to give it a 26 damage at 22 to give it the correct time to kill. But again, this is going to be a very unforgiving time to kill. So if you don't hit every single shot, you're not getting that time to kill. So it doesn't really matter that it has a competitive time to kill at a 6 because most people are not going to hit that, especially more at range. So it should curb most of the people complaining about the Spitfire. So it's 1 second if you don't aim down sight, but you can't not aim down sight and hit all fucking 7 shots with a Spitfire. So be realistic. You know, like that's you can't. It's not possible. So if we look at the ADS movement, she's about 60%. Vertical zigzag. Yeah. What's the ADS time of this motherfucker? Low rate of fire compared to other fully automatic weapons. Dude, it's 1 shot per second less. That's not a low rate of fire compared to other full auto weapons. The flatline literally shoots 10. That's not that's not that bad. And a 2x headshot multiplier, that's having 2x and then a 1x, that's dumb. It encourages the Spitfire at close range use, which is not the fucking point of the Spitfire. That's why people hate it. high damage per shot. Dude, it does the same. It's 18 high damage per shot. It does 18 damage per shot. That's not high damage per shot. Okay? That's not compared to other guns in the game. No. High accuracy, medium, and long range. Yeah, that's true. High magazine capacity. Yeah, that's true. That's fine. Slow reload speed. That's true. Slow draw, holster, and switching weapon speeds. That's true. High speed penalty when aiming down sight. Yeah, that's true too. Unreliable iron sights that clutter significant amount of vision. Yes, I hate the iron sights. That's true. So most that's true, but not completely. What is the ADS time of the L-Star? Did I ever calculate that? I feel like I should have. I don't know if I did. I feel like that's definitely a thing that I did. Do I have it? No, I didn't. Muzzle velocity, didn't get around to it yet. Damn it. Okay, so I don't know the ADS speed. I know what I can make one up, but I don't know what the actual ADS speed is right now. It would be class wide. I know that. I was thinking about giving the DMRs close to the same thing. In fact, if I have the ADS speed for the longbow, then I can go off of that. Was I ADS movement speed, mag dump, full reload, tactical reload, weapon swap time? I did not get around to the ADS speed. God damn it. It's already recorded. I just didn't go through Adobe Premiere and edit it and like actually calculate how many frames it took. So that's fun. How did I must have done that with the rest of them then. What's like the R9? Well, why is that not here? Why did I know that it was 180 milliseconds then? Did I give it that, or is that what it is in the game? What the fuck? Because I definitely have like those things. That was really hard to tell at 25 meters how many frames that was. Fuck. Where do I have anything? Nope. That's doesn't give me weapon swap time. Doesn't give me ADS time. Son of a bitch. Guess I didn't go through that yet. Just sworn I did. How the fuck do I know the ADS time though? I know the ADS time of this is 600 milliseconds. 1.56 shots per second. Rate of fire would be 0.64 or 38.5 minutes. ADS speed is 7.43 seconds to go 12 meters. Oh yeah, that's ADS movement speed, not ADS speed. 1 second from hip or ADS from button press to ability to fire. Add on ADS time of desired weapon. Bad result. I'm fairly certain it has a 600 millisecond ADS time. I feel like that's correct. So if I had to go off of 600 milliseconds for the Kraber, then I would be putting LMGs and DMRs at 450 milliseconds or 0.45. That's a good middle ground. It's in fact it is the middle ground between ARs and snipers. So I'm gonna go ahead and assume that it's 0.45, but I'm also gonna give the L-Star a longer ADS time. I was thinking about giving the L-Star more rifle benefits. In fact, if I think I go to the class rules, the L-Star was going to have AR qualities. So the Wingman, the Havoc, the Hemlock, the Flatline, the Bowcheck, and the L-Star were going to have AR qualities like AR weapon swap time, AR ADS time, to make up for the fact that it's so close to the other guns. But I think, yeah, I'm gonna keep with that. I'm keeping with that. I'm gonna give the L-Star a 300 millisecond ADS to give it some kind of benefit. Yeah, that's fine. We'll account for that, and I'll slow down the time to kill on the L-Star a little bit because it's a little fast. What do I have? While we're here, let's just go ahead and plug in some numbers real quick. The Havoc double tap ended up at 1.01. The flat line ended up at 1.10. The L star is probably going to end up somewhere else. The R3 ended up... okay, let me check these off. 1.19. So that's up. Oh, that's still right there. I'm locking it up at 1.3, which is there. The wingman ended up at 1.38, which is right there. And the Havoc over here ended up at 1.48, which is way up there. That is... oh no, right here, 1.48. That's higher than I wanted it to go, but that does give it some variation. I could reduce the open bolt delay to 300 milliseconds, and then that's exactly where I want it. So that would be good too. I think I'll do that. And then that's exactly the same as the wingman, which makes the wingman have to work, which is what we did before too. So I'll reduce the open bolt delay from 400 milliseconds to 300 milliseconds, and that will be exactly... oh, that's still 400 though. That's devotion. Come on. So 300 milliseconds open bolt delay, and then oh, the fortified never got the right buff on that. Whoops, that would have been awkward. Okay, well, let's go ahead and make those changes. That'll be a benefit to the Havoc over the Devotion, is a shorter open bolt delay. And 0.3 seconds you might find to be a bit more reasonable than 0.4. So it might end up with more people picking up the Havoc now with that open bolt delay a little bit shorter, even though it can't be taken away. So that's good. That's good. Let's see what else. Yeah, because that gets the Havoc closer to where we wanted it, was reducing the open bolt delay. Into give that a check. And then we're back to the L-Star Spitfire. For that to be brought in, we could give the Spitfire a bit of a nerf and put that up to 1.4. But then it's too close to the new LMG, and I want some variation in that. But should the Spitfire kill faster than the new LMG? I think yes, and that's again because of the low rate of fire. I think the Spitfire should kill faster than the new LMG because the new LMG will be more forgiving. So because the new LM will have a faster rate of fire, it makes way more sense for it to kill slower, so that the Spitfire has a chance to beat it if they're being perfectly accurate. But to the point where missing 1 or 2 shots, again, it's 170 milliseconds per shot. This would be 50, 100, 150. So missing even 1 shot is enough to make the new LMG kill faster, unless they miss shots too. So you do have to be perfect, because that is 150 milliseconds, and each shot at 6 shots per second takes away that much time. So if you want to see like where your time to kill would go, missing 1 shot compared to everything else in the game, that's how much further behind you are, which is a significant margin. So whenever you think the Spitfire is broken, just remember that in my version especially, the amount of time that you're going to lose from missing a shot is enough to really fuck you. So it's going to be a very high skill weapon this time versus being what it was before. So even though it is going to kill faster, it's going to be very difficult to get it to kill that fast. So I am going to hold my ground on the Spitfire being around the 1.4 mark. If not, faster than the Havoc or the same as the Havoc. So Havoc and Wingman are tied. That's common, by the way. We don't have to worry about them two being exactly the same. That's totally fine. So I think still Fire or the L Star too. The Spitfire and the L Star. Got to attack with them at the same time. So 10 rate of fire on the L Star. I'm gonna reduce that to 9. Make that more what the Spitfire is currently. And then this would be a 6 shot to kill at 1.28. Oh, that's rough because that's too fast. 1.28. The Spitfire I wanted between 1.35 and 1.39, but a 7 shot kill is way too slow at 1.45. So we could, yeah, it has to be a 6 shot kill. It has to be. That's the very bottom of. Does it? Oh, you know what? If we make it a 7 and we up the rate of fire, then that's perfect. 6.5 is perfect. Right? Yes, 6.5 is perfect. Okay, good. Good. Okay. That saves it. That saves it. That was almost a nightmare. And then I remembered rate of fire. I forgot a variable. And 8. Yeah, that's glorious. That's probably exactly what I want for sure. And making it force a 10 shot on Fortified for almost a 2-second time to kill. That is a lengthy boy. That is now the same as the longbow standard to the body against 20 less health. So that's a lengthy time to kill. If I had it go any higher on damage, then that would be not the case. So there we go. So we've got that. The L Star at the same time now with AR level ADS. We want it to be a 1.19 to 1.15. So that's going to mean a 13 shot kill, a 12 shot kill. That's going to mean a 12 shot kill. That's 12 shots that's good enough. So it's a 12 shot kill with the AR level ADS, or we could give it LMG level ADS, but maybe better weapon swap and stuff like that too. Those are typically a little bit more different. So we could do that. That goes to 1.22. Oh, whoops. Okay. I had that in the wrong spot. It wasn't even calculating. 10. No. 8. Yes. 8 shot time to kill. Oh, this is a significant margin. That would let it take an extra shot to kill. Yeah, that's perfect actually. That's exactly where that's the high end of where I want it. 9 shots with AR level ADS. Or faster ADS than the other LMGs. But more shots to kill. Faster time to kill. Competes more with ARs. But doesn't have to reload as often. And we could give it it's still going to have a smaller mag size. It won't take an extended, and it will have a worse weapon swap time than the other ARs. So it will have a place in the meta, but it won't be the meta. And that's good. That's what we want. So that could work out just fine. If it gave it 0.45, that would kind of ruin it. Then it would have to go down to an 8. And that's 1.23. Where would 1.23 be? in the meta here. So this was the L-Star 1.23. That'd just be right there. That's almost better because that fills the gap more between the Hemlock. But then that's right below the Devotion Pre-Fire. But that's kind of a good thing though. I think 1.23 might be better. Otherwise it's tying the R3 and people are going to be kind of bummed if it ties the R3. So yeah, that might be the way to go. We might keep it with LMG level stats and just have it be the fastest LMG by a decent bit here. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. We'll do that. 8-shot kill means what? 23 to 25. So 23 to make it different from the Spitfire for sure. And that'll be a good enough reason for people to pick it up too. The fact that it does 23 damage, it's more forgiving than the All-Star, but I mean, it's more forgiving than the Spitfire, but definitely smaller mag. Like close, I'd say probably half the extended mag capacity. So that would be the downside to keeping it, and the downside to using it. But the benefit would be a faster time to kill, but nowhere near the same muzzle velocity and nowhere near the same other benefits. So we're gonna make them a bit more distinct. The L-Star is gonna have a lot slower muzzle velocity than the rest of the gun. So it won't be as effective at range as Spitfire. So close up, it'll be better for sure, and will definitely be more forgiving than Spitfire, but it won't have the same potential for range, or the same potential for sustained fire as the L-Star or the Devotion for that matter. So that is still a good way to keep it in check while giving it a place, because it needs to have a place. So what do we have? The Spitfire at 1.37. We have the L-Star. That's fine. Okay, let's put those guys in. 1.23. And the Spitfire at 0.37. Right there next to the Havoc and Wingman. Not enough time for that to be a huge difference. That's going to come down to how and when people pull the trigger. And the new LMG, we want around 1.45. This is going to be a much faster rate of fire. So, do I have room for that anywhere? No, of course I don't. I should, but I don't. There we go. The new LMG. Get rid of all of that. And yeah, 450 millisecond ADS for sure. We're going to give it a stupidly high rate of fire. We could give it like a 20 rate of fire. That'd be fun. 20 shots per second. Make it even faster than the R9. Oh shit, that'd be fun. This would be the new spammy gun for sure, though. People would just spam this shit close range and piss people off. So for it to shoot 20 per second, this is going to have to be pretty low damage, and especially for the shots to kill that we need it to be too. Because we want it to kill in around 1.45 to 1.5. That's actually where the Spitfire was before people wanted it nerfed. So this would actually be a more effective version of what the Spitfire was because of the high rate of fire. Which people are going to fucking hate. They're going to be so pissed. It's balanced, but the Spitfire was balanced before, and people yelled at people and me about... yelled at Respawn and me about how the Spitfire is broken when it was fucking perfectly balanced. It was not. It was totally fine. There was nothing wrong with it. There are plenty of reasons and ways that it could be beaten, and everyone was like, "Man, it's fucking OP." Like the Spitfire had a secret like damage meter that just makes it OP, and it's like a like an OP-ness bar. And the Spitfire is just, no matter what you do, it's always fucking broken. And this is the same case. This is going to be the exact same thing. It would have to have a punishingly small mag, like the L-Star, to sustain that rate of fire without people calling it broken as shit. And then it would be dumb because it would have a super long ADS and a really long time to kill with a mag that emptied just as fast as the R9 but put down way more rounds, and you'd be blowing through ammo with this thing. But that would be the downside, though, is that you would be blowing through ammo. You'd be blowing more than a leaf blower or a rent by the hour hotel. So if I wanted it to have, what are we going for? 4 or 5. That's a 22 shot kill, 21 shot kill. Exactly a 21 shot kill. We can make it a 21 shot kill, which is huge. And 21 shot kill is actually like less than 8 damage. It would do like 8 damage, 9 damage, 8 damage for 23. And 1.55. That could be fine. 1.55 could be okay. Where would 1.55 be on the chart? That's the wrong chart. Here we go. 1.55 is way up there with the devotion. Well, then it would just be the same as the devotion. That's dumb. No, that can't be a thing. So I have to adjust the rate of fire. The rate of fire at 20 won't be acceptable. I obviously can't go higher than that. So 9 damage per shot, 20 shot kill. 1.4 is like super low from where I wanted it to go, so we can't do that. We could do 18, right? No, 19? 1.45, a 19 rate of fire. Yeah, that would work. So it would be just a teeny bit faster than the R9. It would basically just be an R9 LMG. Oh, that'd be fun though. 9 damage per shot and then 8 to fortified. So that'd be 18, 16, 20, 18, 23, 25, 23. Those are pretty long time to kills. So that could work out just fine. And again, this would be a 1 second time to kill. Don't ADS, but then... Oh, that's a good point. This gun, because of the high rate of fire and because of the high magazine capacity, I should do that like it's not ADS'd. This I might need to balance from the hip. This might be the kind of gun that we balance as if it doesn't ADS because of the high rate of fire, because of the mag capacity, and what that implication will be because of how spammy this gun can be. If this had the mag capacity of an R9, then it wouldn't matter. But I can't release an LMG, a second LMG with the mag capacity of an SMG. That's what the L-Star is. So this has to have like an actual good mag. So this gun might very well need to be balanced as if it is fired from the hip, or at least I would say mostly from the hip. It's gonna have yeah, it's still gonna have a 0.45 second ADS time, but as a nerf to the gun built in to make it more of a pre-ADS gun, or most of the way fully ADS, I'm gonna balance it as if that was the case, which is going to make it a 20 rate of fire okay, and it's going to make it like a 25 shot kill, 26 shot kill, 26 shot kill. No, not even that. 27 shot kill. Yeah, 27 shot kill. And a 27 shot kill is like 7 damage, 8 damage. No, it's a 7 damage per bullet for 26 shots. And then back down to 19. And that's fine. That's close enough to what I wanted. Is it? Or we can do 19.5. And then that's perfect. Yeah. Which makes that do 6 damage. Which makes that do 24. Which makes that do 20. Which makes that do 27. Which makes that do 23. 30, 26, 34, and 29, which also, by the way, means that this gun's mag is going to be fucking huge. If you thought the Spitfire had a big mag, man, don't just you fucking wait. This could be the first like 75 round mag LMG in Apex. Just fucking filthy big mag. Just whoa, you know, Bert, you know, new LMG, go Bert. What do we? This needs to have like a terrifying fucking name to merit a 19.5 rate of fire. It can't just be a series of numbers. Like the call sign for this gun has to be fucking dope. God. Hmm. Call it the no audio because it's just gonna get you fucking wrecked because you what kills you the most in Apex? No audio. Yeah, name it after the most terrifying thing in Apex. So obviously the gun's name is no audio. Um, fuck. Yeah, what would we call this? Because this thing is what would be fucking spitting fire, dude. 19.5 rate of fire. This is what this is spitting. This is spitting fucking day. Um, what would we name it? I don't know what we would name it. The light gun. The light guns all have numbers and stuff. It's all some kind of serial number thing. And so oh, you know what? Okay, it needs to be the A10. The A10 something as a reference to the A10 Warthog. It can't be just A10 Warthog, but this thing is going to be spitting like a fucking A10 Warthog, so it absolutely needs to be some kind of reference toward that. Archimedes, the Archimedes 10, that could be pretty cool. I don't even know how if I spelled Archimedes right. I don't think I did. Hold on. God damn it. Archimedes? I did not spell it right. Of course I didn't. Did I mean that? I did mean that. Thank you so much. Name Archimedes of Syracuse was a Greek mathematician, physics engineer, inventor, and astronomer. A few details of his life are known. He's regarded as one of the leading scientists. And so this guy would be able to exactly calculate just how much this will fuck your shit up. That's what this guy would be able to do. Okay. What would oh, the Ares. Oh, Ares. What about Ares? That'd be work. That Ares, the god of war. That's not how you spell it. God damn it. That's the Greek god of war. Okay, duh. Just that. The Ares 10, Greek god of war. Apollo. Well, Apollo makes it sound like it's the thing. What's the Roman god of war? Mars. Okay. Well, I can't call it the Mars 10. That's weird. Okay. What would be gods of war names? We got here Ashtart, Ashur. That could work. Athena. Athena 10. I don't know. I don't know. I don't like the numbers after Athena. Some of those are really hard to say, and some of them don't quite work. But I definitely would need to be an A. The Asher 10. That could work. From Assyria, that could work. Ashtart. That I don't know if I like that. Ares is like super common and easy. Everyone knows fucking Ares. So that a Chungcan, a Chuka, a Gasea. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. Would be nice if there was a bit more meaning behind it. I think probably the Ares 10 would be the guess. Honestly, I like Archimedes because it's like longer and stuff, and like other people are like they're not gonna like I didn't fucking remember who exactly Archimedes was. It just sounded cool. So like I feel like most people probably wouldn't give a fuck if you named it after the mathematician and astronomer Archimedes. Um yeah. So you could probably just name it after him and be no big deal. I don't think anyone would even fucking tell. Um, old names that start with A. Nope. Okay. What is a really old name? Um, what are some vintage names? Vintage names? Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, the hipsters have gone too far. Too far, hipsters. Vintage names. You've got to be fucking shitting me. Vintage names. that's that's just dumb. Vintage names. Oh my god. I fucking can't with Google right now. What are some vintage names? Oh, oh, you've gone way too far. That's not okay. I draw the line there, hipsters. Fight me. You can't just throw vintage on everything to make it sound cool. Fucking kidding me. Okay. Well, can we? Thank you. Um, yeah. Okay. So the Archimedes 10, 1.46, right in that little window. Go ahead and toss that in the chart. Spitfire's there. Mark. This guy is at 1.46, so we're at 0.46. And what is left in here? Devotion, Devotion Pre-Fire, and G7. So that's all stuff that we're not going to do right now. So we're going to move on. That all that stuff is going to take more work. And we need to know the base G7 before we can do double tap. Otherwise, we don't have anything to adjust. So, we want to make so 30-30. The anvils, which is going to be a good amount of work, and the triple take. So we'll worry about the anvils in a minute. Because I know get the range weapons done. So let's just go ahead and finish off with the triple take, and then we'll even go over to the and the Kraber wrap up on those 6 guns, and then we'll end the episode and do anvils. I'll prep for tomorrow with the devotion and the other stuff that I needed. ADS times. I'll double check ADS times. Double check the devotion. I think I'll just go through the season 7 stuff I already have recorded and just edit that a little bit more and see what it was, and then I'll go from there and make a couple tweaks based on that. So yeah, I think that'll round out most of this chart and kind of fill up with what we're doing here. So the 30-30, we need to be from 1.45 to 1. That's the 30-30, the same as the Archimedes. The 7 is 1.55. 59. Triple take is 1.90 to 1.4. The longbow is 1.8, 1.4. The sentinel is 2 to 2.04. And the Kraber is 2.25. 9. But the Kraber has a 600 millisecond ADS time, and it happens every single shot. So that is taken into account. So the Kraber has a little bit different of a approach on this kind of stuff. So it's going to be just a tad different. Oh. That's and the triple take has the choke too. We're not going to worry about the choke right now. We're just going to do the base triple take, and we'll worry about the choke later. This is going to be based off of how many shots to kill. And so we can go off of the damage too. So we'll end up doing this one backwards because I'm going to keep the damage at 69. Keep the damage at 59. Right? That's not really divisible by 3, is it? Yeah. No. 58 divided by 3? No. 59 divided by 3? No. So it's just likely going to do 19 per shot. So 19 times 3 is 57. So it'll likely do 57, even though it's not the right thing. It's going to divide it by 3 to an even number. So 57 is going to be the best bet. Which means that we're going to be going off of the shots to kill this time instead of the other way around. Well, I mean, we're finding the shots to kill first versus finding them based off of how quick we want the gun to kill, because now we can figure out what the rate of fire the triple take needs to be to get the right time to kill, because obviously the damage would have to change and it'd be a whole thing. So for the number of shots to kill is perfect for 3 shots. It needs between 60 and 89 damage. So to force 4-shot kills and stuff like that, then this is pretty good. We could reduce it down to 60, and that would start forcing. Actually, that wouldn't change a thing. That wouldn't actually change a thing. So 69, it might as well stay. Again, less work for the devs, easier to implement. It's just going to be a rate of fire tweak. And so if we put that to a 5, then that's obviously too quick. If we put that to a 1, then that's 2 seconds. That's too slow. A 2 is too fast. So it's going to be a 1 point something. We know that. And it needs to go to 1.9. Actually, you know what? A 2. A 0.5 needed? No. 0.8. Almost. 0.9. Almost. 1.1. 1.82. Okay. So a 1 is... Oh, a 1 rate of fire would be 2 seconds. So it needs to be like 1.1. Wow. Not even that. That's actually too fast. Could the triple take be faster? Do I have it too slow? Where's... I do have it pretty slow. I could put it... I would be putting it with the longbow, though, at one. So that's not really an option. Unless I speed up the longbow. But if I speed up the longbow, people are going to yell at me. And I'd rather have less people yelling at me. I'm already going to have people yelling at me no matter what I do. So if I made it a 1 rate of fire, it would go up to 2 seconds. But that's the same. So like 1.05 is exactly where I want it. But that's a weird rate of fire. But what would that be if I converted it to shots per... 60. Oh, that's not that bad. 63. Yeah, it's a round number. 63 rounds per minute. That's fine. I'm gonna make it 63 rounds per minute. I just joined. Now my brain is committing suicide. Hey, Cyclo. Yeah, we are doing lots of math right now. But I like math, and so this is not that bad for me. But granted, it's not great either. Where's the G7 and all that? Oh, that's higher up, isn't it? Yeah, it's right here. We were supposed to do that one first, but the triple take's right here. So we'll do triple take. So 1.9, 1.05 rate of fire. So I think that's actually a buff to the triple take. Let's look at the triple take. What's the triple take's rate of fire? Now it's supply drop. So 78. Oh, so this is a nerf. This is a slower rate of fire. 78 divided by 60 is 1.3. So I'm actually nerfing the rate of fire. You're talking to a fucking code god. There you go. So this is actually a nerf. That's surprising. I didn't think I'd end up nerfing any of the guns here because they have it at 69 and 78, which is a 1.3. I have it at 1.05. So this is actually a nerf to the triple take. And their shots to kill almost the same at 69 because that'd be 200 divided by 69. That's still a 3-shot kill. So this is actually a nerf to the triple takes time to kill. Because they'd have a 3-shot kill -1, which would be 2 shots divided by 1.3, which would be a 1.5 second time to kill, plus ADS. I have 2 divided by 1.05, which is a 1.9 second time to kill. So that's a significant reduction to the triple takes potential. But at the same time, by the way, I am greatly increasing the range. Greatly increasing the range. So you won't need the choke as often, which means that the 400 milliseconds I bought you is really more ease of use than it is the choke needing to go in. So it will be less spammy, but it will have much better range. So I think overall this would be a buff to the triple take, but it is a nerf to the rate of fire. And that, I'm okay with that. I'm just surprised. So, yeah, I just make a video game. No, 3 fucking games using Tinker, using Python or JavaScript. I think Python. Oh, you shouldn't be so that has a lot of typos in it, and I don't know like anything about code. So frankly, for how much I know about code, those could be not typos. So that is like just to show you like an emphasis on like how little I know about coding. I don't know whether you meant exactly what you said or not. So you're gonna need to explain a lot more than that for me because I have no context into what any of that just was. So. If you would like me to understand that, then please go again. If you're okay with moving on, then I am too. But up to you. Because honestly, couldn't tell if those are typos or if you actually like. I don't know if there's a thing that's spelled Tynker. I'm assuming you mean Tinker and all that. Python is easier than Java. I have used Java before in high school for like a semester, and I didn't like it. So that was as far as I went in. That's like I dipped my toe in and then I started doing Java and then I was like, I'm good. And I just didn't go further down that hole. So maybe Python would have saved me and maybe would have made me do more in that area, but that was about it. But at the same time, I remember almost nothing. I remember that it was Java because that was like the standard when I was in high school, and that Python was like coming out and like doing the thing kind of thing. But search up Code Combat and play it. You can choose whatever. Oh, okay. Uh, that. If I mean, we gotta do this. Codecombat.com, coding games to learn Python and JavaScript. Oh, okay. That's kind of cool. They made a little video game for it. That's neat. Educator, parent, or student. Okay. That's kind of fun. Ways to learn code. Okay, that's pretty neat. Who would have thought that you make a game about making games for gamers and that would work? That's wow. Frankly, I'm surprised it took this long for someone to make a video game about how to make video games. That Oh, I have a new message. Hi there, I'm Anya. How can I help you? We're good, thank you though, Anya. I learned that in 5th grade. Oh, for sure. Attaboy. Well, you've got you definitely had a better elementary school that well, not better, but focused on that. Like 5th grade for me, like it was just typing class. Like we didn't learn to code because that wasn't like a thing. People didn't think you could get a job coding, like when I was in 5th grade. So it wasn't like it's kind of easy. Yeah, I mean it probably is not too bad, but it just wasn't where I wanted to go with things. But for people who do want to do that, that want more help, Code Combat seems like that's a really cool thing. So when did this come out? Where's the copyright? 2021. That can't be right. That's a renew. That's got to be a renewal. I don't know when they made this, but enroll now for a summer catalog coding at $200. Well, I'm not going to spend that much. I'm not even a student. Yes, I have a class code. No, I don't, but I want one. No. What if you're a parent? Schedule a free class. Okay, well that's cool that you can schedule a free class. But this is definitely for kids. Okay, this is for kids to code. What if I just want to do it because I want to do it? Like that seems weird. But private. Wow, $219 a month? Holy shit. That's crazy. Summer camp 4-1, that's probably fine. But that's $200 for a week. Why would I pay $200 for a week when I can do this? I mean, self-paced for $100 a year, that's probably pretty good. But you don't get to Zoom, you don't get the student stuff, and you just get to use the game. But you don't get any feedback. I mean, like that's a lot of stuff that you get, especially for all of this. Automatic qualification into AI League coding tournaments. Oh, okay. I mean, that's kind of cool that you can do that. But that's fuck, $220 a month. Jesus Christ, that's expensive. I mean, if you want to learn to code, that's probably great. I mean, this is probably a pretty good return on investment. But like, Jesus Christ, like fuck that. I'm not gonna spend that much money. It's a cool idea, but fuck that. Let your kid play it. He will. He will, and I fucking quote. He will enjoy. Get self-paced. Yeah, self-paced seems like that would be the route to go. I also would need to have a kid first, so I can't really let my kid play it. I could get self-paced and then like jerk off on my keyboard, and then that would be like my kid playing it. But like I don't think that would be effective. I wouldn't really learn code, and it would just get all sticky. So like, I think I might need to wait on letting my kid play it. I'm getting tired, so I'm gonna start making really dumb jokes. But anyway, don't clip that. Please don't clip that. We don't need that on the channel. you said let my kid play it, and that's we're halfway there. Um, right. Fuck, dude, I'm getting tired. It's already been going 4 hours too. I want to finish these guns though. Oh, see, it is supposed to have a Y. I didn't know that was supposed to have a Y. See, this is what I'm talking about. Use Tinker, it's free. I didn't know Tinker was spelt with a Y. I thought you did a typo. Proving my point. Lombo. This is gonna be a 1.8 to 1.84. This is going to depend on a mix of things. I definitely want it to be a 3-shot to the body. But if I have it stay at 55, then it's going to be a 4-shot, and that could be okay too, because I am going that route. Let's try 55 first and see how we do. I do want to reduce the what is it? The headshot multiplier. That's what I want to reduce. I want to reduce the headshot multiplier. Oh wow, that's 2.5. This would have to go up to like a 2. People will kill me for sure. Come on, dude. Help me out. I need a lower rate of fire than that. No, okay. Yep, there we go. 1.82. 1.65. That's pretty quick. But it is 55 to the body, so it makes sense. But the longbow right now has a much slower rate of fire. There's no way that that's close to what it is right now. I feel that's got to be, yeah, 78. It's 1 point. Oh, you know what? That's only 1.3. That's the same rate of fire, 78. That's still 1.3. So for me to go to 1.3 to 1.6, that's not the worst. That's a pretty reasonable buff to the longbow. An increase to the rate of fire like that. That's pretty big. But that also means that it's still a 4-shot kill. So since when did they buff the longbow? Like, oh, that's still 2.3 second time to kill. So for it to go from 2.3, oh, and this doesn't even, never mind. This doesn't even have the ADS time in it. So yeah, no, 2.76. That makes sense. Thank you. Okay, so this would be a huge buff to the longbow because 1.65 isn't enough. That's still 2 seconds. This would still be a 2.1. Yeah, this would be 2.2. Yeah, 2.15 second rate of fire. So if I made the longbow double its rate of fire, then people are going to tell me to fuck off. So I can't do that. So if I, and that, which means it can't be a 4-shot kill. It means it has to be 3-shot kill. That has to be a thing, which means that the rate of fire, so the damage has to go up between 60 to 89. That's what it has to go to. And then the rate of fire has to get reduced, and then it could maybe stay at 1.3. Yep, if I make it a 3-shot kill instead, then it can stay at 1.3. And that's still even low, so like 1.4. Yeah, 1.45. Yeah, 1.45. So a slight increase. Log into your account. Oh, Cyclo, that's very generous of you, but that's okay. We don't need to, and you definitely don't want me doing that on stream. I'd have to ask for your password and everything. Like it's okay, bud. Don't worry, I appreciate it. But we're not really trying to learn to code right now. We're just trying to finish this project. So that's definitely awesome. I'm glad that you shared the resources for that, so people watching this, you know, if they didn't click away at the masturbation joke, that they can attempt to, one could say, master coding. But anyway, thank you. Appreciate the generosity there, but that won't be needed, especially for right now. There's no way I'm gonna try to half-ass learning to code while I'm already half-assing this. So has to be 3 shots. Obviously can't be 2 shots. So 1.45 is the rate of fire that we need. It has to be 3 shots, which means that the damage has to go up to at least 60. At least 60. But I would like to see it higher. In fact, I previously had it hitting harder. I'm going to send it to you on Xbox maybe sometime. Okay. That's nice of you. Thank you. Maybe we'll check it out. And then I think I had the longbow going up to like, no, that was the Sentinel I had at 85. I had the Sentinel at 85. I had the triple take at 69. So the longbow, I wanted to be somewhere in between, around like maybe like the 74. Yeah, I was going to say 72, but the 74 mark could be nice, which would make 63 for fortified. So let's see, that'd be 3. That'd create a 2-shot opportunity early game. That would be very strong. I don't know. Can I avoid that? Yes, I can, by having lower than 70. I avoid a 2-shot. That's the same thing with the triple take. The triple take barely avoids a 2-shot by being 69. So this would be the benefit of the longbow, where it could potentially have a 2-shot early game, which makes it competitive with SMGs. That's a huge reason to pick it up. Very competitive with SMGs. Ellen. That's funny. Look, no, it still ended up on stream because of the game bar. That's funny. All right. That's That's really funny. You should have told me when you were gonna send it in Twitch chat, and then I would have been able to unscreen share in time for that to do the thing, and then I could have gotten the notification and then put it back. I didn't know when you were gonna send it, so I was just gonna keep working. I figured maybe you'd wait till I wasn't online and sharing my entire monitor, but that's all right. Anyway, Lombo. So benefit of a 2-shot, that could be good. It won't have the benefit of a 1-shot headshot. We already know that. It's not going to do that much damage to the head. It's going to have a lower headshot multiplier for those wondering. Oh, you can't see it? Oh, okay, good. Maybe it didn't show up then. Maybe that's a different overlay. Oh yeah, because if I do this, you can't see it. Oh, then we're fine. We're fine. If I use the game bar overlay, it doesn't show up on stream. So you're fine. That was part of the game bar overlay, so it didn't matter. Okay, cool. Like I said, I'm not super into tech, so I didn't know those things. So 3-3, 3-3, 4-3. That's still important for Fortified to make it take that 4th shot for sure. So it's always a 3-shot unless they have red. Then it makes it a 4, which is a benefit to using the Sentinel for more consistent. The Sentinel is going to be, I think I had that at like 85 damage as a buff to the Sentinel, which made it 72, which puts it to 2-2, 3-2, 3-3, 3-3. I thought I was going to keep it a 2-shot for the body. I definitely wanted it to be a 2-shot, but for it to be a 2-shot, I would have to do more than 90 damage. That's going to be rough for it to do 90 damage. Well, that would, situationally, it'd only be 10 damage up. Oh, PogChamp, there you go. It would only be 10 damage away from doing that 3rd. So if you were team shooting, if you had a buddy with you, maybe, you know, like there's the potential for a pretty quick time to kill. But I don't know if that's exactly what we want. It probably is. It probably is. So the Lombo right there is kind of chilling. I like that early game it has that window of it being like super strong. Like I do like that. Like people are gonna complain that the Lombo's broken early game, but it's still worse early game than a lot of the other guns, especially the guns that are supposed to be good. So the Lombo on drop could be, it's not gonna be like oh fuck a Lombo. It's gonna be like, oh damn, a Lombo, you know. Like the Lombo to the body, if they don't have, until they get off of white, that's gonna be pretty cool. If it's a 2-shot, that would be too OP. Do you like something that has that range has to account with this? Well, it's not just it's also the time. Like if we look at the other time to kills in this category, even at 1.14, you know, that's the same as an LMG, right? The LMG that we have, the new light LMG, is 1.15. The L-Star is 1.12. The Spitfire is 1.22. The Hemlock is 1.05. The Flatline's 0.9. Like, this is still behind, even at 1.14, everything else that would be on the ground, beside maybe the Wingman. So it just is going to give it a place early game, but not like the R9 is still killing at 0.78. So 0.78 minus 1.14, that's still 360 milliseconds faster than the Lombo. So like it by no means will be broken. And even if we look at 1.14 minus the 0.45, then that's the same as the R9. It's the same hipfire TTK as an R9. It's 0.78 minus 0.22 is 0.56. So it's okay. Yeah, there you go. Like it's still going to be, it's still reined in for sure. Is it ideal? Maybe not. But I don't want to nerf the Lombo. Yeah, sure. I mean, that's the triple take. The triple take's at 69. I'd have to nerf the triple take to make the Lombo like 68 damage. And I don't want to nerf the triple take. Because if I could nerf the triple take down to 60, super easy. Like we could put this down to 60, we could put that down to 51, and then the longbow can come in at 68. But then there's not really a huge benefit to using the longbow because it's the same damage numbers. You know, like it's a longer time to kill. It's the same shots to kill. The headshot multipliers would have to be different for sure, because the longbow would have a higher headshot than the triple take, and the longbow doesn't have to worry about the choke to get range as much as the triple take does. But realistically, if you look at the triple take rate of fire 1.05 and the longbows at 1.45, that's not super different. You know, you're talking about shooting 2 shots in 2 seconds versus 3 shots in 2 seconds. Not gonna like code as a shit. Yeah, well, to implement this, absolutely, I would need to learn to code. But just to design it, I don't really need to know code. I don't think I do. Do I need to know code to design this? I mean, I feel like I'm doing a pretty good job designing it without code. So, you know, making it work in a video game is one thing, but like just getting it to function isn't. You know, like we're getting it to, you know, do the thing. Like I personally, I feel like I have enough experience with playing the game that I know what's gonna feel right and what's gonna, you know, portray what I want to portray. But I definitely don't have the experience with creating that and actually getting into making that. That's a whole nother animal. And I'm sure that there's plenty of obstacles that happen during that part, but you can't even get to that part till you do this part. And I feel like I'm pretty good at this part. So, one sec. All right. Hey, Kate had so I can try to help. Yeah, sure. You know, yeah. The people think, oh, just change the number, but no, you have to do so much. All I want to know, how they code. So I can try to help. Yeah, yeah. You know, to be honest, I definitely kind of, I feel like why, if you want to explain, because this is all good stuff. Why is it not just changing the number? Because I feel like to make it super efficient at adapting this, that you would want to implement code that you could just change a number. So I'm confused why there isn't just a version of this where you change the number, because there's got to be more to it than I'm thinking. So it would be interesting to know a few of those puzzle pieces. Um, I don't know if you're right. That's what I was asking. Uh, like people think, oh, just change the number, but no, you have to do so much more. All I want to know is how they code, so I can try to help. Oh, is it going to depend on how they code? Is that what you mean? But you have to do so much, and you want to know how they code Apex so that you can try to figure out the best way to do this part too. Is that what you meant? Because that sounds like that's what you're trying to mean. Um, yeah, there's different types. Yeah, I know that there's different types, but I don't know what the types are. I know that there's different ways to code, but that's all I know about coding, is that people have different preferences and there's different types of code and stuff like that. But I don't really know what the benefits or the differences are, because I never got that far into coding. It was never an interest of mine. I just, you know, I like games, so I know what feels good and what doesn't feel good when you're playing one. So, um, yeah. Anyway, that's an unfortunate casualty with this being a 140. If it was a 150, hold up, you're gonna search this shit? Oh, for sure. Okay. if it was 150, by the way, then that 74 damage would have been fine. Because 74 damage at 150 health would have been enough to make it a 3-shot kill. By like 2 health, but it would be a 3-shot kill. Unless they were super weak. But I don't think that I'm going to worry about the Lombo being a 2-shot kill early game. I genuinely think that it's going to be fine. And that we can leave this as is. And let that be what it is. And then let the triple take barely avoid it by 2 damage. Let the Lombo actually do it. And, you know, to the head, it's going to be a different story. But, yeah. Because I do have it forcing a 3-shot headshot with the right helmet. So at some point I have it going all the way down to 89 headshot damage, which means it's not a very strong multiplier. I don't want them to have the same damage. I could have it have lower base damage and a higher headshot multiplier. That would be okay too, but that's the thing about it being a 4-shot body shot at range. That's a lot to ask. So by letting it be a 3-shot body at range, that's what I want. And given that my buff to the Lombo is almost negligible, I could keep the 2-shot headshot. In the past, I removed it, and I think I made it a 4-shot body shot, 3-shot headshot. But I think I'm going to go to 3-shot body shot, 2-shot headshot. I think that's what I'm going to do. And then maybe we'll try to go for a 3-shot headshot against 200 and level 3 helmet. And definitely fortified. Fortified would definitely be a 3-shot headshot. So I think that'll be the best route for the Lombo right now. So let's go ahead and book that in at 183. And then the Sentinel is supposed to be around a 2-second time to kill. But I wanted the Sentinel to be a 2-shot kill. But it's a 2-shot kill mid-game. And so it could be a 3-shot kill end game. That could work, because mid-game is the key part, because it's so far, the map is so big that a 2-shot kill is more important than end game when the map is super small. So frankly, that's probably perfect. That's probably perfect. So what would we do here? Oh, a 1 is perfect. 1 is exactly 2. What would be a 0.9? 0.9 would be 2.22. That's a little too slow. So a 1, or we could do 0.95, 2.11, 1.05. Yeah, no, just 1. Just a 1, 60. Okay. And then that's 2, 2, 3. That's, 2, 3. And then this would also be a 1-shot headshot. And then, yeah. Okay, that could work. That could work. And 200 milliseconds is not much, but the Sentinel, well, the Sentinel would have anvils too, and anvils would get it even higher up. But it was going to slow the rate of fire. I think we'd do anvils right now too. So the Sentinels would slow the rate, that would slow the rate of fire, but it would up the body damage. A 1.4x body damage. You're kidding me. That's crazy. Well, this would need to be a 2-shot body shot. So what would be 85 times 1.4? What did I have that going to? Oh, that's too much. 120 to the body. Come on, guys. That's too much. I could let it get up to 100. That is a 2-shot body shot against unfortified legends. I could let it get up to 100 body. That you're breaking shields like that with anvils. Or I could take that down to 80, which would be a perfect 2-shot. That's not so strong. And I could reduce No, that's two. Yeah, let's do. And then that would reduce this to 70, which is enough to force. That's still 2. That's still 3. Yeah. Okay. That's still the same. Okay. So here are the popular ones: JavaScript, C and C++, Java, Python, Ruby, and way more. I use more Python than Java, and oh, and Java is different than JavaScript. You use more JavaScript than Java. Okay. Okay. That is funny that they're like. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. I guess that makes sense. They're different, but I don't know why they'd be different and why they would call it script versus like 2.0 or something like that. You know, that would kind of make more sense. But whatever. Whatever. So what are we doing here with the Sentinel? So 82 with the Sentinel, and then 100 with anvils. So that way it's breaking shields. But then it's a one shot if they're broke, which isn't super healthy. I don't think people are gonna like that. But if I do too low, then the headshot multiplier have to be too high for it to get to. Because right now I wanted to have the headshot at 160. So divided by 90 is 1.7. That's basically going to be a 2 times headshot multiplier, which is going to make the headshot damage on the base Sentinel really high, and anvils not do a whole lot, which is going to ruin the point of anvils. And the Sentinel right now does 70, and with anvils it does 88. One is programming and one is scripting. Okay. Yeah. So, because right now the Sentinel and Anvil is 8, but it has like a 2x headshot multiplier. So it gets it up there the way that where I want it, but I don't want the Sentinel to have a 2x headshot multiplier, because then I have to have this all the way down to 70, and I don't want that. I don't want it to be down to 70. I want the body shot higher. But for the body shot to be higher and have a reasonable, because right now I wanted if I had it at like 130 and 85, that's a 1.5 headshot multiplier. So 85 times 1.5 would be 1.27. That's fine. But then that would also mean that 160 divided by 1.5 would need to be 106, and that's not even high enough because of the helmet reduction. So the Sentinel anvil has to do like 115, and the Sentinel base is going to have to do like 85, which is enough for all that to happen. Which also means a 1 second time to kill up close, which is even faster than the longbow. Yeah. That would make snipers super. Yeah, I know, right? It's a sheesh. That's a big sheesh. This is what Respawn had to deal with, and so instead of making them balanced at level 3, they made them balanced in level 1, because you would have really strong snipers. Granted, not the strongest thing, but definitely an option where picking one up would not be the worst. Exactly. It's a hard choice, because no matter what choice you make, you're gonna piss people off. So realistically, I do want that at 85. I do want that at 72. So I do want that to be a 2 shot. I want that to be a 2. I want that to be 3. Yeah, that's still 3. That's still 3. That's still 3. So what ends up being the solution is reducing the rate of fire. But if I reduce the rate of fire, then my 2 second time to kill against full level armor at 180 health or 200 health, then that becomes significantly slower, and that's something that I didn't want to compromise on. So you you have this issue where if you have, you know, mid to end game and it's say round two closing or round 3 closing and the ring is still big enough to merit a sniper rifle, you would end up with a time to kill so long that that would be what deters you, not necessarily, you know, the gun itself. So this is going to make snipers feel a lot better, but it also is going to be a little bit of an issue. And so, and this would also go into the 2-shot to kill category, by the way. This would go to 98. So 2-2, 2-2, 2-2, and then 3 actually. That would go into a third for fortified and red. So that's a good counter. And that's to the body too. So I'm happy with that. What about recoil? Well, this is a bolt action, so it's really not more about recoil on this. It's really more about recentering and how long it takes to recenter, and if it recenters within that rate of fire. And so if it doesn't recenter within the rate of fire, then that's something that you have to adjust for manually, which would be considered a nerf to the sniper. If it didn't recenter back to where the reticle was before, or also known as like scope jump or something like that, or if it hits you, then it's called scope bite. But you know, if you're shooting a gun and it hits you in the eye, that's scope bite. But so the anvil rounds, to help counter this, they could have a higher amount of recoil per se, like what you're saying, where the scope and the crosshair doesn't recenter all the way back down to where you pulled the trigger, and that would be recoil. Yeah, they would be like recoil, yeah, but it's not like, yeah, it's essentially recoil for the most part. It's not like the same kind of recoil, but it is, I guess that it would be, that would be the easiest way to describe it, would be recoil, and that's probably the right term anyway. But I kind of think of it as two different things, which maybe I shouldn't be, but that's how I think of it. So there's that. And so then, since this is a 2, the rate of fire has to get reduced, because the sentinel anvils I had slower, which was the point. So anvils I had all the way at 2.25 seconds. Which is not significantly slower. That's really not significantly slower. That is generally a good thing. So it doesn't quite leave you enough reason to not use it, does it? 2.25. That's the same as the Kraber. Oh no, it isn't. The Kraber I had way up here at 2.5. I think we switched those. I think we switched the Sentinel Anvil and the Kraber, because that should be a reason to pick up the Kraber over the Sentinel. Well, there already is a reason to pick up the Kraber over the Sentinel Anvil, because the what you call it, the one-shot headshot. So there already is a reason to take it over the Sentinel anyway. So I think we switched that. I think that the Kraber goes to that, and then the Sentinel Anvil goes to 2.5 to 5.4. I think that's what we do. So make it even more obvious choice to switch off the Kraber. But the Sentinel, especially with anvils, has the benefit of not being a care package gun. So it's something that you can use more consistently than the Kraber. So I think that's the rate of fire that we aim for. So that would be probably close to a 0.8. No, 0.5. Yeah. Oh, that's a significant reduction to rate of fire. Yeah, 0.4. That's a significant reduction to rate of fire. Significant. Yeah. So that's to the point where you have a 5-second time to kill against someone with a third shot. That's crazy. Whoa, what's? Why? Why is that so high? 5 seconds? You're kidding me. 2 at 0.4? That can't be right. It should be. The math is the same. Been that way for a minute. Oh, I don't even have ADS time on this yet, so that needs to be a faster rate of fire. Oh, I'm dumb. Okay. So that's going to help. So the Sentinel didn't have that. So this does need to go faster. What was the Sentinel's current rate of fire? Sentinel. 37 point. Yeah, this is a slow rate of fire. That's less than 1. That's 0.6 rate of fire. So this is a significant buff to the Sentinel, because their rate of fire is saying 0.6, which is a stupid long TTK for 3 shots. Which, by the way, it is, you know, just to point out. Sentinel does 70. That's still 3 shots to 200 health. That's a 3.78 time to kill. That's how long it takes if you don't hit the head. And hitting 1 headshot makes it a 2-shot kill, which makes it a 2-second time to kill. So basically, to get the time to kill that I want into the body, you have to hit a headshot, body shot. You can't just hit body shots. And even if you just hit headshots, it's the same time to kill. So hitting headshots doesn't make it like hit you. This is what I mean about sniping in Apex. If you want to have a reasonable time to kill, headshots are not optional. Headshots do not make the gun better, they make the gun balanced. And this is a huge issue with sniping in Apex because they just don't want it to be a thing. So they fundamentally designed it to not be a thing. Why do you think the only gun that one-shot headshots on ADS is after every shot? It's not because you have to, it's because Respawn made it. So like they don't want that kind of strong thing. And so I have to double the rate of fire of the Sentinel in order to get a goddamn reasonable time to kill to the body. And yeah, that's just what it comes down to. I gotta double it. So I gotta double the rate of fire to the Sentinel, which is something that no one's gonna like. But I mean, people who like sniping are gonna like it, but people are gonna complain about the Sentinel now all the fucking time because it's like, oh, it's so fast. Dude, it's a 2-second time to kill in a game with 3 people on the enemy team. It'll take you 6 seconds to get wiped. If you can't react in 6 seconds, then you shouldn't be playing Apex. Like, come on. A solo guy with a Sentinel is not going to be your fucking problem. It's going to be team play. That's your problem. Let's get that settled right now. It's goddamn team play that makes guns deadly, not the sniper. All right, one sniper has 6 seconds at best to try to take out an entire team. If you can't close in 6 seconds with the mobile legends in this game, come on, dude. Like, that's not your fault. That's not the gun's fault at that point. You're blaming the wrong thing. If you get squad wiped by one guy with a Sentinel, you're not. It's not the gun. All right. So yeah, so we go from 85 to 115. But we want a 2.5 time to kill, so that would be about there, about half a shot. If not, we could go down to 0.6. Oh, that would be the exact same, so that would just reduce the number of shots. Well, I'm gonna have some fun, have fun in code. Okay, yeah, sure, and you do you. So in that would be 0.48. Yeah, that's close. That's about what I wanted. That's about what I wanted. So 0.48 times. So 28. So there would be a severe reduction to the rate of fire with anvils. Severe reduction with anvils. Because we'd be going from 28 all the way to 72. Or rather, it would be 72 to 29, which is a 43. Yeah, 0.7. Okay. Oh, that doesn't quite work. What would we be doing here? 0.48 doesn't quite fit into code. 0.49. Nope. 0.47. No. Yeah, that works, but that's too fast. So 27 divided by 60. Oh, 27 divided by 60, 0.45. Yeah. Okay, so 0.45. And that's going to make it significantly slower. Then we can slow down the Kraber too to bridge that gap. So that's going to have to be the way to go, because otherwise it's 0.5. And that's just not going to... Is it going to work? 2.45? I mean, actually, that works. 2.45 works. That's just 30 divided by 60 for 0.5. That actually does work. 2.45. Not too far off where I wanted. So sure, 2.45 for 115. And that can go as low as 90 for a 2-shot kill. And that still jumps up against fortified legends for sure. If I wanted to make it a 2-shot for everyone, then that would work. But for fortified legends, especially in endgame, if they can get red, that's a very specific scenario, and I think that's okay. I don't think it needs to be a 2-shot kill with anvils against everyone. There should be a couple counters, and I think that deserves to be one of them. So, and a headshot would fix that. By the way, that's so little health, that you'd be fine because it's doing 98 times 2. There's 4 damage, so you just have to hit a headshot. If you hit headshot, body shot, still 2-shot kill. But if you only body shot the fortified person, then it's not quite going to do it. So I think that's going to be the healthiest version of that. To force on red armor to make the second shot a headshot, and you know that going into it too. You can aim for the body, because if they don't have red, body shot's fine. But if they do have red, then you do need a headshot, or you need to just hit them at all and then push in for the kill. But most people are going to push in on the crack anyway. You know, like a 98 body, most people are going to push in anyway after the first shot. So they won't really, like, they might try to get away with it, but they know that they're going to heal. Like that's a shield bat right there, easy. So no matter what, that's just going to reduce the option for people. But again, if they miss, you're looking at a really long time. You know, this assumes 100% accuracy, you know, so keep in mind that if you miss your opening shot, this is your new time to kill and length of engagement. So you have to hit every single shot to get that 2.45. And if you miss, it's very punishing. So basically it's going to add 2 seconds to your time to kill every shot you miss, right? We can look at that right now, right? This is 3 shots, 4 shots, 2 seconds every shot you miss. So it's not like it's completely broken. Every shot you miss adds 2 seconds. So you're not allowed to miss. If you want to be allowed to miss, don't use anvils and make it take 3 shots. Or 2 shots early game. But so, you know, this also means that early game anvils will be of almost no benefit, but this is also the 1-shot headshot potential of anvils in my build. So even though it's still 2 to the body against maybe fortified legends, maybe not, your time to kill is going to be worse if you use anvils, but if you hit the head, it's instant. So that's going to be the trade-off, is that, well, do you let them maybe get away if you miss, or do you try to go for that opening headshot engagement and get the knock on non-fortified legends and open the engagement with a knock with anvils, or do you risk really hurting your time to kill? So there's that, because it will take 2 seconds to get that next round ready, which means it will take 2 seconds to rechamber and do everything. So that's going to be a huge thing. And so let's move on to the Kraber, because this has a 145 damage. We know that that's not going anywhere. It'll do 123 the fortified, that which means 2 1 2 2 2 2 2 2, which we know it has currently I think a 0.6 rate of fire, which is a little fast to the body. But we also have a 0.6 time to kill, 0.6 ADS. And this also happens twice on the Kraber. It's once per shot, so it would be there for that. But for this little bit there, this actually needs an extra times 2 right there, because of the thing. So every shot, it makes you re-scope in. So, oh, god damn it. Whoops. Times 2. So that's going to be a factor in this as well, because every single shot you have to re-ADS. So that's going to be put into the time to kill of the Kraber, which means it will be getting a buff for the rate of fire, which I'm sure plenty of people will be happy to hear. And some people will think that that's the worst thing you could ever do to Apex Legends by buffing the Kraber. But it's what needs to happen for healthy sniping. So again, if you are the kind of person that doesn't want healthy sniping in Apex, then advocate for taking them out, because right now they're just useless. So if you would rather have healthy sniping, then you are on the same page as me. If you would rather leave the snipers as they are, then remove them from the game because they're useless. So you might as well take them out. They're not helping a lot of people here. They're not actually used as snipers. So what's the point? You know, replace them with something else. Make a high damage DMR. You don't need the Sentinel if you change the longbow to do what the Sentinel does and what people use the Sentinel for. You can make the longbow. You can get rid of a lot of the guns in this game. You can get rid of the charge, because what benefit is that doing? You're at range, so that doesn't have a good time to kill, I'll tell you that. You could keep the Kraber. Some people don't even fucking like the Kraber, so you could get rid of the Kraber, put in a 50 cal wingman like I designed as Big Bertha. You could drop the Sentinel. You could rework the longbow. You could get rid of the triple take. You could do a lot with range guns in this game if you decide to either keep them or get rid of them. And if you decide to keep them, they need to be better. And if you don't want them to get better, then you need to decide to get rid of them and figure out what that would be, because you have at least 3 guns in here hurting the game, at least. So we have a lot more room for the guns that actually do something than leaving these in here. Does it really mean a 1 rate of fire? It almost does, huh? 0.9? 2.31? That might be enough. Well, 1.145 is the highest I'm going to go for damage. And it is also the highest that would end up mattering. Oh, you know what? For Fortified Legends to have 150 knock health, that's going to really change the Kraber for Fortified Legends. Huh. Maybe Fortified Legends need to have less knockdown health instead of them having 150. That may need to be a caveat here. Maybe Fortified Legends have 125 knock health instead of 150 health. But Fortified Legends would have to lose health at different rates if they had less knockdown health to make sure they had the same amount of time, but it would also ensure that the Kraber was as effective against them as it was against regular people because of them losing health over time. So it would give them the same amount of time between the Kraber shot and the regular health, because now regular knockdown health doesn't get one shot by the Kraber. There's still a couple seconds where they would be alive for a potential res and stuff like that, so that the Kraber isn't as devastating if you get knocked. But if I give Fortified Legends the same amount of knockdown health, then specifically against snipers, they are going to, well, it would be specifically the Kraber, which could be a huge reason to pick a Fortified Legend because of the Kraber. But if they get headshot, they're still dead. It would just protect you from a body shot. And even then, if you had been knocked enough in the game, it still may not be enough. So it's really early game knocks, or rather their first, 2 or maybe even third knock, where it would be potentially a pro. So it could be fine. And they are fortified anyway. They're a big dude. And it doesn't save them from headshots. So overall, it could be fine. I think I'd probably leave it at 150 and see how it worked out. and have to play test it as is, and then maybe make Noct players have like 130 health for fortified. But we'll have to see. And a 0.9 rate of fire. That is where I want it. We're close to it. So that's a pretty big buff to the rate of fire. Okay. Let's check this out here. So the new LMG we did the 30. Oh, we didn't do the 33 in G7 yet. Oh, son of a bitch. But we were trying to do that before we finished. We got the triple take to exactly 1.9. So that's fun. We got that to exactly 1.9. And then the longbow is 1.83, which is basically where we wanted that anyway. So those are almost identical, but the longbow has a better body shot potential early game, so that's huge. Sentinel up. Oh, I didn't write down what the Sentinel ended up at. What did the Sentinel end up at? 2.12. Yeah, is that right? We wanted that a bit faster. What does 2.12 look like here? 2.12. That's a little close to the triple take with the choke, where I planned on that going. So I could speed that up a bit. But that's... That's closer to... That is closer, but actually 1.25 was perfect. That'll be fine. And then 2.05. Oh, wait, what was I? Wow, my brain is turning off. What was the thing that we were doing here? Oh, 1.25 times 60, 75. Perfect. I wanted to make sure that was an even number for this stuff. Which I should have known because it ends in a 5. So of course it's going to be okay. Nope. There we go. Wow, my brain does not want to be on right now. That's fun. 2.05 right there. 2.05. Right there. That's good enough. We'll just make the choke a little bit slower. Push the choke up there. The charge we might just leave where it is, but we'll push the triple take with choke up to there. Sentinel with anvils is now way up here at 2.45. Oh, it's actually here at 2.45. That's good. And then the Kraber is at 2.31, just right there. That's good. And then we have the triple take with the choke, the charge rifle, and then we have the 30-30 and the G7 that need to get fit in. There's some spots here that we gotta plug up, but my brain is turning off. So I think that is gonna call it, and I'm gonna spend some time relaxing. And then I need to edit and figure out the devotion wind-up times and how that's going to affect DPS. And time to kills. That I know the devotion with pre-fire and without pre-fire. I know the devotion with pre-fire is like 400 milliseconds faster for the most part, but that doesn't mean time to kill faster. It takes 40 milliseconds for the devotion to wind up, and then once the devotion winds up, which is here, which actually I can do that now. It's just whether or not this is where I need it to go. So it's going to affect the wind up rate. So this might need to go different, but 1.25. 9. I could do that right now because I know it's a 15 rate of fire on the devotion. When it is at full complete wind up, which is what that means for devotion pre-fire. Why is that not okay? Do this. Do insert here. Devotion pre, and then devotion pre. Nope. That's not how you spell that. Pre. Rate of fire is 15, which is going to be an asterisk down there. It won't quite be the same. And then it's going to have a 0.45 seconds thing. And pre-fire, we're going to assume that you are ADSing, because if you're going to take the time to pre-fire, you might as well be ADSing too. So this one, we are going to assume pre-fire. And this also means that we need a time to kill of 5 to 1.29. Okay. 13 shot to kill at 15 rate of fire, 1.25. That'll do. Love it when a plan comes together. 13 shots means 14 damage, which means 12. So that is 12, 10, 14, 12, 15, 17, 15. And that'll do. So 1.25 for devotion pre-fire. And that fits just fine. Devotion pre-fire 1.25. And that will fold nicely into the meta. And then whatever long that time's going to be, it could be less. It doesn't really matter. As long as it's somewhere in here, that's fine. And then we have 33 G7 flatline anvils. And we'll take choke in the charge. What do we look at? So for the charge rifle, it does 45 damage in just the shot and 90 damage with the beam. And the rate of fire for that is actually pretty solid. I really like the rate of fire as is. And I don't want that to change, but that also means that the damage would have to go up as well. So charge rifle, 26. Yeah. 26. It's a 1.25 second charge time. So this is the thing. The beam lasts for 1.25 seconds and then the shot happens. So it's 26, right? 26 divided by 60, so it's 0.433. Wow. That's weird. That's how many rounds per minute it would fire. So in 60 seconds it would fire 26 rounds. And the my brain's turning off. Oh, let's see. So that means that it's just under one shot every 2 seconds. So if I were to take 1 divided by 0.433, then that would mean it would fire 2.3 shots per second. No. 1 shot would take 2.33 seconds. No, 2 shots. 2 shots would take 2.33. No, oh god damn it. Oh, my brain's turning off. Okay. Well, the point being is that I can keep the charge rifle balancing simple if I keep the 0.433 thing. So with no beam, no matter what I do, this would be the rate of fire. If I just do that at 0.433, that'd be the rate of fire. And then it's about the shots to kill matching. So if I make it a 2 shot to kill, it's 2.31, which is already not great. So it would mean increasing the rate of fire. It definitely has to be a 2 shot kill. Charge has to be a 2 shot kill with the beam, not without the beam. Without the beam, it's whatever the fuck it wants. With the beam, it needs to be a 2 shot kill, which means with the beam, it needs to do over 100. Or at the very least exactly 100. So this would need to get buffed to 50 damage and this would need to get buffed to 50 damage to make it a 2-shot kill across the board. So it's always 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. And then 2.31 would be viable, but the rate of fire would need to get sped up a little bit. Charge it. Would it need to get sped up? Maybe it's fine. What do I have it at? I don't fucking remember. Charge 2.15. I do have it faster. So 2-shot to the body at 2.15. This is gonna mean probably half a second. That's a very round number. So not half a second, but probably 0.45. Yeah, 0.45 would work. That puts it behind the center, head of the Kraber, behind the Sentinel Anvils for 2.22. It is hit scan. And then if you miss the thing at 0.45, that's a horrendous time to kill. 85. Oh, so that's still 2. That's still 2. Then this is going to be 3 for Fortified Legends for sure. That's a 4. That's a 4. That's a 4. That's a 3. And that's going to be 40. Probably round that up to 43. I don't think it's going to matter actually. 4. 4, 5, 5. Yeah, not going to matter. 42. It's still the same thing, so it could go down to 42. Yeah. So without the beam, horrendous time to kill. With a perfect beam, great time to kill. Which also means that this could go up. This could go up to like the longbow. This could do 55, 110. It's still not going to affect time to kills. It's still going to be a 4-shot kill. And this is still going to be a 2-shot kill. Still going to be 3 there, still going to be 3 there. So it's still going to force 3-shot kills to the body. But what this is going to do is it's going to give the non-beam, or the partial beam rather, time to kill, like a huge improvement. Or if you're not hitting the entire beam, you're still going to be doing good damage. So yeah, speed up the rate of fire, increase the damage, and that's going to make the charge rifle viable. But then also complete dog shit if you keep missing the beam. Like, you will have to do damage. So this is going to be 55 damage now with a slightly higher rate of fire. Slightly higher, and we'll leave it at 2.22. We'll do here, and we'll go to 2.22, which is right there. That's perfect. That's no big deal. And that leaves the choke a little bit of room to be a bit better. Like, so that's a good wiggle room, because the choke can be somewhere in here. So that's pretty good. And then charge no beam. Oh, that's look at how optimistic we were with it being at 2.8 seconds. Like, nope, this is the charge with no beam at this level is like 6+ seconds. So I'm just gonna put 6+ there so that we know we're not wasting our time. And then I'll get rid of all of this because we don't need it, since there's nothing killing slower than 2.5 seconds. And that's totally fine, because 2.5 seconds is fucking forever. So I don't want to hear it about how this is too fast. 2.5 seconds is ages in an FPS. So usually it takes 2.5 seconds to melee someone, let alone shoot them. So I don't want to hear it. Yeah, I think that's enough. That leaves some stuff for next episode, some stuff to go over. We'll go in and like make the graph like look prettier and make more sense, and I'll shade in this stuff so it's easy. Then we're gonna do our best for headshot and limb damage tomorrow too, and get that going. So there we go. Yeah, 5 hours, that's long enough. Get the fuck out. That'll do. We have a lot of work left to do, but we made a pretty good dent today. And we had to answer a lot of questions too, which is again totally fine. But that also means that we're gonna not be having work the full 5 hours because we had to talk to some people and do that. But that's no big deal, because that's what's gonna help people stay interested and engaged. So, you know, come by and ask questions. Post stuff in the Discord if you want to. No big deal. If you want to swap by the Discord, that's our logo. We've got some updates now out on that, some announcement stuff. No one's super active on that at the moment, but we do have some active members, especially on Trailmakers. This is a pretty active community for us. So yeah. Anyway, we had some changes to ranked RP and scaling up how that happens. So that's the note there. There's a video covering all the changes and stuff already. But that is gonna do it, and we will catch you guys later. Thanks for coming by. Appreciated how active chat was this time. That was a lot of fun, and we'll see you guys later. Bye bye.